There is a particular hour, late, when the house finally goes quiet, and you notice that you are still not quiet. The dishwasher has stopped its low hum. The last message has been answered, or left unanswered on purpose. The street outside has given up its traffic. Everything around you has agreed to rest, and somewhere just behind your eyes, something keeps going, the way a machine keeps spinning for a moment after the power is cut. You lie down, you close your eyes, and the day you thought you had finished begins to play again, a little louder now that there is nothing to cover it. Tonight I want to sit with you in that hour, and I want to bring an old friend with me. His name is Henry David Thoreau, and he lived almost 200 years ago in a small town in Massachusetts called Concord. He is remembered now for a single strange experiment. He went to live alone in the woods, in a cabin he built with his own hands, beside a pond called Walden, and he stayed there for a little over 2 years to find out what a life would sound like if he turned the noise off. He left us one sentence that has outlived almost everything else he wrote. The mass of men, he said, lead lives of quiet desperation, not loud desperation, not the kind that breaks dishes or makes the news. Quiet. The kind you can carry to work and back for 40 years and never once mention. The kind that waits until the house goes still and then speaks. I do not say this to trouble you. I say it because there is comfort in being seen, and because the man who wrote that line did not leave it there. He spent the rest of his short life trying to answer it. He wanted to know whether a person could live deliberately instead of automatically, whether you could hear yourself again under all the sound. That is the question I want to lower into the dark with you tonight, slowly, with nowhere to be. So let the pillow take the full weight of your head. There is nothing to decide right now, nothing to fix. The pond Thoreau loved is frozen smooth in winter and bright as hammered metal in summer, and either way it asks nothing of the person standing beside it. Breathe. I should tell you, before we go any further, what this night is and is not. It is not a lecture, and there will be no test, and you do not have to remember a word of it. It is not advice you must act on or wisdom you must absorb. It is something gentler than any of those. It is company for the quiet hour, a voice to walk beside you while the day lets go of its grip. An old story told slowly in the dark so that your mind has something soft and undemanding to rest against while it finds its way down towards sleep. If you follow every word, good. If you drift off in the first 10 minutes and never hear the rest, that is the best outcome of all, the one we are secretly hoping for. There is no wrong way to do this. There is only the slow, sure settling of a tired person at the end of a long day. And the man we will spend it with is good company for exactly this, because he was never in a hurry, and he never raised his voice, and he believed with his whole quiet life that the most important things cannot be rushed. He would have understood the particular tiredness you are carrying tonight, the kind that is not only in the body but somewhere deeper. The tiredness of a person who has been going too fast for too long and has forgotten how to stop. He found his way to stopping beside a small pond almost 200 years ago, and the way he found is still here, still open, still as available to you tonight as it was to him then. So let us go slowly toward it, with nowhere to be and nothing to prove, all the way down into the dark. We have hours ahead of us, and we are going to use them the way Thoreau used his mornings, with no hurry at all. Chapter 2, The Sound Under the Noise. Think for a moment about how much sound a single ordinary day asks you to hold. There is the actual sound, of course, the alarm, the kettle, the voices, the notifications, the engine, the meeting that could have been an email and was not. But underneath that, there is a second kind of sound, quieter and harder to switch off. It is the sound of your own commentary, the running account of what you did, what you should have done, what you will have to do tomorrow before 9. Thoreau noticed this second sound long before anyone had invented most of the first. He lived in a town of 2,000 people, with no telephone, no screen, no feed. And still he watched his neighbors move through their days like men half asleep, driven by errands they had never quite chosen, owning things that, as he put it, ended up owning them. He saw farmers who had inherited fields and spent their whole lives serving the inheritance. He used a sharp phrase for it. He said they were the tools of their tools. If he could see that then, with so little noise to work with, imagine what he would make of a Tuesday now. Here is the thing he understood that I want you to carry into sleep. The noise is not the problem. The problem is that the noise leaves no room. When every minute is filled, there is no gap for the deeper sound to come through, the one that is actually yours, the one that knows what you want and what you are tired of and what you have outgrown. That sound is patient. It will wait years if it has to, but it only speaks into space. You felt it tonight, maybe, in the second after you lay down, a small pressure, like someone in another room who has been waiting all day to tell you something and has finally caught you alone. We are going to make some space for that tonight. Not by solving anything, by going slow enough and long enough that the loud sounds settle to the bottom on their own, the way silt settles in a still glass of pond water until you can see through it again. There is a line from Blaise Pascal, who lived 2 centuries before Thoreau, that the man at the pond would have nodded at slowly. Pascal wrote in effect that all of humanity's troubles come from our inability to sit quietly alone in a room. He did not mean that solitude is unbearable by nature. He meant that we have made it unbearable, that we will do almost anything, take on any distraction, fill any silence, rather than sit still and be present with ourselves, because the moment we go quiet, the second sound begins, and we have never learned to listen to it without flinching. So we keep the room loud, we keep the hands busy and the eyes fed, and the deeper sound waits, patient, unheard, year after year. You can feel the truth of this in the smallest test. Sit even for a moment, with no screen, no task, no input, nothing to occupy the mind, and notice how quickly a discomfort rises, an itch to reach for something, anything, to break the quiet. That itch is the whole problem in miniature. It is the trained reflex of a mind that has forgotten how to simply be with itself. Thoreau spent 2 years unlearning that reflex, teaching himself to sit in the quiet room without flinching, until the silence stopped being a threat and became the most spacious and companionable thing he knew. That unlearning is available to you too, and it begins gently on nights exactly like this one, when the room is finally quiet and you choose for once not to flinch. It was 1845 when Thoreau decided he could not hear himself in town any longer. He was 27. He did something about it that almost no one does. We will get to exactly what and exactly why and the small, precise cost of it before the night is over. For now, let the glass go still. Breathe. Chapter 3. Concord, 1817. He was born in Concord in the summer of 1817, and except for a few restless intervals, he lived there his whole life. It is worth knowing this about him before we follow him into the woods, because people sometimes imagine Thoreau as a wild man, a hermit who hated company and ran from the world. He was nothing of the kind. He was a town boy who knew every family on the road. He simply paid a different kind of attention than the people around him. Concord in those years was a small farming town with one main street, a few churches, a courthouse, and a river moving slowly through the meadows. The Industrial Revolution was arriving in America the way weather arrives, first as a change in the air, and then all at once new factories, new railroads. New ways of measuring a man by what he produced and what he bought. Thoreau grew up watching the old rhythm of the seasons get overlaid with a new rhythm, the rhythm of the clock and the ledger, and he never stopped feeling the seam between them. His family was not rich, they made pencils. It is a small, almost comic fact about one of the great voices of American thought, that the Thoreau family business was pencils and that Henry himself was genuinely good at it. He studied the problem of how to bind graphite and clay and quietly improve the product. He could have spent his life there, in the family trade, comfortable enough, respectable enough. A great many people would have. He went to Harvard, a few miles away, and read widely, and came home with a head full of Greek and Latin and the new ideas drifting through New England like pollen. And then he faced the question that every thoughtful young person faces, and most of us answer by default: what now? What is this for? What does a person actually do with the one life he has been handed in a town like this, at a time like this? The ordinary answer was waiting for him, warm and ready. A teaching post, the pencil business, a house, a wife, a pew, a plot. He tried the front edge of that life. He taught school. He worked in the shop. And something in him would not lie down. Hold that with me, gently, as you lie here. The feeling of a settled life arranged neatly in front of you, and a quiet refusal somewhere underneath that you cannot quite explain to anyone, including yourself. He felt that at 20. We will see what he did with it. It helps to remember that he was, before he was anything else, a boy who loved a particular stretch of the world with his whole heart. The river that ran through Concord had an older name, the Musketaquid, the grass-ground river. Slow and brown and patient, and Thoreau knew it the way you know the face of someone you love, in every season, every weather. He grew up swimming in it, skating it in winter, drifting it in a small boat he built, learning the names of its plants and its birds and its fish. Long before he had any philosophy, he had this, a deep, wordless, rooted belonging to one small piece of earth, and everything he later thought grew up out of that early love like a tree out of its soil. I tell you this because the great ideas we will follow him through tonight did not come from books, not first. They came from a childhood spent paying attention to a river. And there is something in that for you, a permission almost. You do not have to become a scholar to live deliberately. You only have to love something actual and attend to it the way a boy attends to a river, the particular tree outside your window, the way the light moves across your kitchen in the late afternoon. The face of a person you have stopped truly looking at. The deliberate life is not built from grand ideas. It is built from this kind of small, faithful, rooted attention, the kind you already knew how to give when you were young, before the noise taught you to look past everything on your way to the next thing. Breathe. Concord is asleep. The river is still moving. Chapter 4. The Pencil Factory. Let us stay in the pencil factory a little longer, because there is something tender in it. Picture the young man at the workbench. Graphite dust on his hands, on the cuffs of his shirt, a fine dark powder that gets into everything. He is solving a real problem, and solving it well. The pencils his family makes become some of the best in the country, partly because of him. By every visible measure, this is success. A useful skill, a profitable trade, a place in the world with his name already on the door. And he looks up from the bench one day and understands, with the strange calm of a true thought, that he could do this until he dies, and that the doing of it would slowly use him up, and that almost no one would ever notice the difference between a life spent here and a life spent anywhere else, because from the outside the two look identical. Busy, productive, fine. This is the trap Thoreau spent his life trying to describe, and it is gentler and more dangerous than the traps we usually warn each other about. It is not failure. Failure at least announces itself. This is the trap of a perfectly acceptable life that is not yours. A life you backed into one reasonable decision at a time, each step sensible, the sum of them a stranger. You may know the feeling from the inside. The promotion you accepted because it would have been odd to refuse. The house a little bigger than you needed and a little more expensive than was comfortable, which then required the income, which then required the hours, the calendar that filled itself. None of it wrong. All of it heavy. Thoreau had a word for the heaviness. He called it our possessions, but he meant something larger than objects. He meant everything we take on that then takes us on in return. He noticed that when a man acquired a fine house, he did not so much own it as get assigned to its maintenance for life. The barn needs a roof, the roof needs money, the money needs the work needs the years. He asked a question that sounds simple and is not, what is the cost of a thing? And he gave an answer that I want to leave with you as you sink towards sleep, because it is one of the most quietly freeing sentences I know. The cost of a thing, he said, is the amount of life which must be exchanged for it, immediately or in the long run. The amount of life. Not the price, the life. You do not have to do anything with that tonight. Just set it on the table beside you. We will pick it up again. Consider how quietly this trap closes, because it never feels like a trap while it is closing. No one decides on a single morning to give their life to the upkeep of things they do not love. It happens by small, reasonable increments. You take the better-paying job, which is sensible, and it asks a little more of your evenings. You buy the larger house, which is sensible, and it asks a little more of your weekends. Each step is defensible, each one a small yes to a reasonable thing, and somehow at the end of the additions, you are a person who works most of your waking hours to maintain a life you barely have time to inhabit. Thoreau watched this arithmetic with the clear eye of a man who had stepped outside it, and he wanted, more than anything, to warn his neighbors that the additions never stop adding unless you choose, deliberately, to stop them. And he was not against comfort, or work, or even possessions. This is important, and it is gentle. He was against the unexamined accumulation of them, the drift, the way a life fills up with obligations that were never actually chosen, only accepted. The cure was not poverty. The cure was attention. To look honestly at what each thing in your life is costing you in the true currency, and to keep only what is worth the life it asks. Most of us have never once run that audit, not because we are foolish, but because the running of it requires a quiet we almost never have. You have a little of that quiet now, in the dark. You do not have to use it for auditing. But it is good, at least, to know the question exists, and that asking it is the beginning of getting your life back. Breathe. The factory is dark now. The dust has settled. Chapter 5. The Man Next Door. No one becomes himself entirely alone, and Thoreau was lucky in his neighbor. The neighbor was Ralph Waldo Emerson, already famous by the time the two men became close. The leading voice of a movement people were calling transcendentalism, which is a heavy word for a light and hopeful idea. The idea was this: that truth is not only found in old books and official churches, but can be met directly by any person in their own experience, in nature, in the quiet of their own mind. That you do not need a middleman to reach what matters most. That every individual contains something whole and worth trusting. Emerson had written an essay called Self-Reliance that landed on the young men of New England like a struck bell. Trust yourself, it said in effect. The voice you hear in solitude grows faint and inaudible as you enter into the world. Imitation is suicide. Envy is ignorance. There is a time in every person's education, Emerson wrote, when they arrive at the conviction that they must take themselves, for better or worse, as their portion. Thoreau read this and recognized it, not as new information, but as something he had always known and had been waiting for permission to believe. Emerson took the younger man in, gave him a room, work, conversation, an audience. They walked together for hours along the rivers and through the woods, two minds turning the same questions over and over. And it was Emerson, in the end, who owned a piece of land on the north shore of a pond just outside town, a wooded lot beside the water at Walden. I want you to notice something here, because it matters for the whole story. The great experiment of solitude that we are about to follow began with friendship. Thoreau did not fall out of the sky into the woods. He was given the land by a friend who believed in him. Even the man who would write the most famous book about being alone in America was, in the most practical way, held by other people in order to do it. We will come back to this. There is a deep idea sleeping inside it about solitude and loneliness, and how the first depends on a kind of safety that the second has lost. But that is for later, when we have earned it. For now, just rest in the simple human warmth of it. A young man, restless, unsure, an older friend who says, in effect, "Here is a piece of quiet ground. Go and find out who you are. Come back and tell me." The friendship between the two men was not always easy, and it is more honest and more comforting to say so. Emerson could be cool, a little distant, the famous older man with 100 claims on him. Thoreau could be prickly, proud, hard to know. They disagreed, drifted, came back. But across all of it ran a real and lasting regard. Two people who had recognized something essential in each other and who, for all their friction, made each other's lives larger. When Thoreau died, it was Emerson who stood and spoke for him and called him the most American of men, and grieved that the country did not yet know what it had lost. Friendship, real friendship, is often like this. Not frictionless, not constant, but there underneath, holding, across the years and the distances and the disagreements. And I want to leave you, before this chapter closes, with the quiet fact that you are held this way too, more than the lonely hour will admit. There are people who would stand and speak for you. There are the ones who lent you the ground you are standing on, the teachers, the parents, the friends, the strangers whose work built the bed you are lying in and the roof above it. The myth of the self-made person is just that, a myth. No one becomes themselves alone. We are, all of us, always, standing on borrowed land, held up by more hands than we will ever be able to count or thank. There is no weakness in this. It is simply the truth of being human, and on a night when you feel most alone, it is worth remembering that you are, in fact, the opposite of alone. You are held on every side by more than you know. There is one line from Emerson's Self-Reliance that Thoreau seemed to live out more fully than Emerson himself ever managed, and it belongs in the quiet with you. The voice you hear in solitude, Emerson wrote, grows faint and inaudible as you enter into the world. He meant that each of us carries an inner voice, a true sense of what we think and want and value, that speaks most clearly when we are alone, and that gets drowned out almost to silence the moment we step back into the crowd of other people's opinions and expectations. The world is loud with what we are supposed to think, supposed to want, supposed to be, and under all that noise, the quiet inner voice goes faint, until many people reach middle age genuinely unable to say what they themselves believe, as opposed to what they have absorbed. Solitude is where that voice grows audible again, and that is part of what you are doing here in the dark, whether you meant to or not. Away from the crowd, away from the opinions, away from the endless pressure of how you are supposed to seem, the faint inner voice has room to come back up, to be heard, to remind you who you actually are, underneath all the borrowed shoulds. You do not have to strain to hear it tonight. You only have to be quiet and alone and unhurried, and let the world's loud voices fade, and trust that your own, the true one, the one that has been faint for so long, is still there, growing clearer in the silence, speaking softly under everything, waiting for you to be quiet enough to hear it. Breathe. You are held to more than you know. Chapter 6, A Borrowed Piece of Land. The land at Walden was not wilderness. This is one of the small honesties people leave out when they tell the story, and Thoreau himself never hid it. The pond was less than 2 miles from his mother's house. He could walk to town in half an hour. He did walk to town often. He went home for dinner. He had visitors, sometimes many, in a single day. The railroad ran along the far edge of the water, and he could hear the trains. I tell you this not to shrink the experiment, but to make it usable, because the cabin at Walden was never about escape. If Thoreau had wanted to vanish, New England in 1845 still had real wilderness to vanish into. He did not want to vanish. He wanted to conduct an experiment in plain sight, close enough to ordinary life that the lesson would carry back into it. His question was not, can a man survive far from society? People already knew the answer to that. His question was sharper and stranger. How little does a life actually require? How much of what we carry is necessary, and how much is habit wearing the mask of necessity? He wanted to drive life into a corner, as he put it, and reduce it to its lowest terms, and find out whether what remained was mean or magnificent. So, in the spring of 1845, he borrowed an axe and walked out to the borrowed land, and began to cut down young pines to build himself a house. He was particular about the axe. He returned it sharper than he had received it, which tells you almost everything about the man. He took what he needed and gave it back improved. He dug a cellar in the side of a hill where a woodchuck had once lived. He raised the frame. He bought the boards from a railroad worker named James Collins, an Irish labourer, for a few dollars, taking apart the man's shanty for its lumber, and he wrote about Collins and his family with a plain respect that was rare in his time. He laid the boards out in the sun to bleach and warp clean. By summer, he had a small, tight house, 10 feet by 15, with a single room, a fireplace to come, a window on each side. It was enough. And here is the figure I promised you, the small, precise cost. He kept the accounts like the careful son of a businessman that he was. The house, in the end, cost him $28.50. He notes the half. 12.5 cents, written down because the truth is in the details. $28.50 for a place to live deliberately. He compared it, not unkindly, to the cost of a year's rent for a college room, and let the comparison sit. Rest with that smallness for a moment. Not poverty, sufficiency. A clean, exact, chosen enough. There is a peace in enough that no amount of more has ever managed to buy. There is a particular satisfaction in the way he built it, and it is worth resting in, because we have almost entirely lost it. He made his own shelter, with his own hands, from materials he could see and understand. The pine he cut himself. The boards he carried and cleaned and laid. He knew where every part of his house came from, what it cost, how it fit together, because he had done it all himself, slowly learning as he went. Nothing about his shelter was abstract or hidden or beyond his understanding. It was, in the most complete sense, his, not because he had paid for it, but because he had made it. We live now almost entirely inside things we did not make and do not understand, surrounded by systems too vast and complex to hold in the mind, and some part of the modern unease comes from exactly this, from being so far removed from the making of the things we depend on. Thoreau's small house was a deliberate answer to that distance. To make one thing with your own hands, to know it completely, is to recover a kind of grounding that no purchase can give. You cannot build a cabin tonight. But you can remember that the deepest satisfactions have always come not from acquiring, but from making, from doing a real thing slowly and well with your own hands. And you can let that memory be a small, warm promise for the deliberate days ahead, that there are simpler and more rooted pleasures waiting on the far side of the noise than anything the noise has been selling you. There is one word at the center of Thoreau's whole experiment, and it is the gentlest and most radical word there is, and it is the word enough. $28.50 was enough. 6 weeks of work a year was enough. A single room, 3 chairs, a bean field, a pond was enough. In a world built entirely around the idea of more, that there is never quite enough, that you must always acquire and achieve and add, Thoreau staked his life on the opposite, on the quiet, revolutionary discovery that a person can have enough, can arrive at sufficiency, can stop. And the moment a person truly feels that they have enough, the entire exhausting machinery of more simply switches off, and a peace floods in that no amount of acquiring had ever been able to buy. The chase for more is, by its nature, endless, because more is not a destination, it is a direction, and you can travel in a direction forever and never arrive. Enough is a place. It is somewhere you can actually stand and rest and stop running. Most of us have never let ourselves stand there, have never said the word enough and meant it, because we were taught that to stop wanting is to fail. But Thoreau, by his pond, said enough, and found there a wealth past any of his striving neighbors. You can say it too, tonight, in the smallest way, about this exact moment. This breath is enough. This warmth is enough. This quiet is enough. For these hours you have arrived. There is nowhere further to get to. You have enough, you are enough, and you may, at last, stop and rest. Breathe. The boards are drying in the sun. The pond is very still. Chapter 7, the 4th of July. He moved into the cabin on the 4th of July, 1845. He almost certainly did it on purpose, and the joke is a quiet one, the kind he liked. While the rest of the young country was setting off powder and making speeches about independence, a single man walked into a small house in the woods to declare a smaller and more difficult kind of independence. Not from a king across an ocean, from the low, constant pressure of other people's expectations, from the life that arranges itself around you if you never stop to ask whether you want it. It is easy to make this sound grand. It was not grand. He carried his few things down the path: a bed, a table, a desk, 3 chairs, some pots. He lit a fire. He listened to the evening come on. There were no witnesses, no ceremony, nothing to post, and no one to tell. That was rather the point. I think there is something here for the version of you that lies awake feeling that any real change would have to be enormous and public and therefore impossible. Thoreau's revolution fit inside a one-room cabin and cost $28. It began not with a grand gesture, but with a single private decision to stop living by accident. He did not intend to stay forever. He knew, even walking in, that this was an experiment with edges, a thing he would do for a while and then leave. As it happened, he would stay 2 years, 2 months, and 2 days. And the exactness of that is not random. And the reason he finally walked away is one of the most surprising and useful parts of the whole story. But I am going to keep that from you a little longer, the way he kept it from himself until the day it became clear. Let it be a small, open door at the far end of the night. For now he is inside on his first evening, a free man by his own narrow definition, watching the light leave the water through a window he made himself. Independence, it turns out, is mostly subtraction, not getting more, needing less. There is an old story about Diogenes, the Greek who lived with almost nothing by choice in a kind of barrel, and who had thought his way to a freedom that the powerful found unsettling. The story goes that Alexander the Great, the most powerful man in the world, came to visit him and stood over him and offered to grant him anything he wished, any favor at all. And Diogenes, lying in the sun, looked up at the conqueror and asked only that he move a little to the side, because he was blocking the sunlight. Whatever the truth of it, the story has lasted more than 2,000 years because of what it shows. A man who wants almost nothing cannot be bought, cannot be threatened, cannot be ruled, because there is no lever to pull. His freedom is total precisely because his needs are small. Thoreau's independence was the same kind, quieter and gentler, but the same. The fewer claims a thing has on you, the freer you are, and the freest person is not the one with the most, but the one who needs the least. This is not a call to give everything away. It is only a reminder, on a night when you may feel hemmed in on every side by obligations and pressures, that a great deal of what seems to hold you is held in place by your own wanting, and that wanting can be loosened gently over time until you find you are far freer than you believed. Tonight you can begin in the smallest way by wanting nothing at all for the next few hours, by needing nothing, by letting the sunlight, or the moonlight fall where it falls, and asking for nothing more than to rest. The kind of independence Thoreau declared that 4th of July is available to you in small private forms every single day, and they matter more than their smallness suggests. The independence of leaving a message unanswered until you have actually rested. The independence of declining the invitation you do not want. The independence of a single hour somewhere in a day that belongs to no one but you. The independence of going to bed when your body is tired instead of when the screen finally releases you. None of these is a cabin in the woods. Each of them is a small, private declaration that some corner of your life, however tiny, is yours, chosen, deliberate, not surrendered to the current that would otherwise carry you along. And these small declarations add up quietly into a life that feels more like your own. Thoreau's 2 years at the pond were dramatic, but the deeper lesson is that you do not need anything that dramatic. You need only to begin reclaiming, in small daily acts of quiet refusal and quiet choosing, the ownership of your own life, one little declaration at a time. Tonight is one of them, perhaps the gentlest of all. By lying here, unreachable, unproductive, answering to no one, doing nothing but resting, you are making a small private declaration of independence from the whole demanding world. For these hours, you belong to no one. For these hours, nothing is required of you. For these hours, you are, in the smallest and most complete way, free. Breathe. The fire is small and warm. Nothing is required of you tonight. Chapter 8. What a house really costs. We left a sentence on the table a few chapters ago, and I want to pick it up now, in the dark, when its weight is easiest to feel. The cost of a thing is the amount of life which must be exchanged for it. Thoreau worked this out not as a slogan, but as actual arithmetic. He noticed that a man might labor for years to afford a faster way to travel, when he could simply have begun walking and arrived before he had finished paying for the ticket. The faster way cost him the years. The walking would have cost him only the afternoon. We almost never run the numbers this way, in the true currency, which is not dollars, but days. So at Walden he ran them. He worked out how many weeks of labor it took to meet his actual needs: food, fuel, shelter, a few clothes, and discovered it was startlingly few. By his accounting, he could support himself for a year on about 6 weeks of work. The rest of the time was his. Not to be idle, he was never idle, but to be his own, to read and walk and watch and write, to do the work that did not feel like exchange, because it was the thing itself and not the means to something else. I want to be careful here, because it would be easy to turn this into a lecture about your spending, and that is not what the night is for. The point is gentler and goes deeper than money. It is simply this: everything you own, everything you have agreed to, everything you maintain is quietly charging you rent, and the rent is paid in life. Some of those things are worth every hour: your people, your real work, the roof over someone you love, and some of them, if you looked closely in a quiet hour like this one, you would find you have been paying for out of pure habit long after You stopped wanting them simply because stopping never made it onto the list. You do not have to make that list tonight. In fact, please do not. The mind at this hour is not built for inventory. I only want you to feel the lightness on the other side of the question, the way Thoreau felt it. The understanding that a life can be smaller and far richer. That much of what presses on you is not fixed law, but inherited arrangement, and arrangements can change. He was 28 years old, sitting in a house that cost less than a month of an ordinary man's wages, and he was, by his own report, wealthy beyond any neighbour. Not because he had more, because almost nothing had a claim on him. The Greek philosopher Epictetus, who has been badly misunderstood for 2,000 years, understood this same thing in his garden outside Athens. People hear his name now and think of indulgence, of luxury, of the pursuit of pleasure without limit, and they have it almost exactly backwards. Epicurus taught that the happiest life is in fact the simplest one, that most of our wanting is for things we do not actually need and that do not actually satisfy, and that real contentment comes from a small number of natural and easily met pleasures. Bread and water, he said. When you are hungry and thirsty, give a pleasure that no feast can improve upon. A few true friends, a garden, freedom from fear. He distinguished between the desires that are natural and necessary, which are few and easily satisfied, and the desires that are vain and empty, which are endless and can never be filled. And he saw that almost all human misery comes from chasing the second kind, the bottomless kind, while neglecting the first. Thoreau, 22 centuries later, in his own garden by his own pond, was rediscovering exactly this, that the simple, natural pleasures available to almost anyone are the ones that actually nourish, and that the endless, manufactured wants are the ones that drain a life dry. It is a quietly revolutionary thought in any age that tells you constantly that you need more, and it is worth carrying into sleep as a kind of relief. Because if it is true, and both these wise men stake their lives on it being true, then the good life was never as far away or as expensive as you were told. It was always close and cheap and simple, hidden in plain sight under the noise of all the wanting. A warm bed, a quiet hour, the breath moving in and out. You have, right now, in this moment, everything that the deepest contentment actually requires. Breathe. Let some invisible weight you have been holding set itself down. You can pick it up in the morning if you still want it. Chapter 9. 3 Chairs. Here is a small line from Walden that has quietly comforted people for over a century, and I want to give it to you whole. I had 3 chairs in my house, he wrote. 1 for solitude, 2 for friendship, 3 for society. Sit with how perfect that is. The man who went to the woods to be alone did not own 1 chair, he owned 3. The hermit kept a chair for friendship and a chair for society, ready and waiting, because he understood something that the word hermit always gets wrong. Solitude that is healthy is not the absence of other people. It is a chosen, temporary, well-fed aloneness with the door unlocked and the chairs ready that makes the company you do keep truer and lighter when it comes. The first chair, solitude, is where he did his deepest living. The second chair, friendship, was rarely empty for long. Emerson came, his mother and sister came, bringing food, and yes, the great myth-puncturing detail that delights people. His mother did sometimes do his laundry because the cabin was a short walk from town and he was a son who visited his family. The third chair, society, the larger crowd, he kept too, though he confessed that when the room grew full, the words seemed to get crowded out, and the best talk happened with just one other person leaned in, unhurried. I am planting this image in you on purpose, the three chairs, because we are going to return to it near the end of the night. And there is a deeper meaning in the third chair than Thoreau says out loud, a meaning about why a person needs all three, and what happens when one of them goes missing. Carry the three chairs into your sleep, one empty and welcome, one often filled, one ready, just in case. For now feel only the spaciousness of a life built this way. Room to be alone without being lonely. Room for the few who matter, close. Room even for the wider world, on your own terms, at your own pace. Most of us have somehow ended up with the opposite. A life with no chair for solitude at all, every hour assigned, every space filled, so that the only time we are ever alone with ourselves is here, now, at the very end of the day, when we are too tired to enjoy it and call it insomnia. Tonight, you have all three chairs. Right now, you are in the first one. There is nowhere you have to be. Notice, too, the deep psychological wisdom hidden in the order of the chairs. Solitude comes first. The chair for being alone is the foundation, the one on which the others rest, because a person who cannot be at peace alone brings that unrest into every relationship, reaching for others not out of fullness, but out of a hole that needs filling. The friend becomes a way to escape yourself. The crowd becomes a place to hide. But a person who has made peace with the first chair comes to the second and the third differently, freely, out of genuine wish rather than desperate need, and so the company is cleaner, lighter, truer. Thoreau could love his friends so well partly because he did not need them to save him from himself. He had the first chair. He was already whole when they arrived. Ask yourself gently, not to trouble your sleep, but to understand it. Which chair has gone missing from your life? For most of us, in this loud age, it is the first one, the solitude, the very chair you are sitting in right now, alone in the dark, perhaps for the first time all day. We have crowded it out so completely that when we finally land in it at the end of the day, we do not recognize it as the precious thing it is. We call it insomnia. We call it being unable to switch off. But it is also, if you let it be, the return of the lost chair, the one your whole self has been quietly starving for, the deep solitude in which a person finally remembers how to keep their own good company. Linger for a moment on the second chair, the one for friendship, because Thoreau took friendship more seriously than almost anyone, held it to a higher standard than most of us would dare. He believed that true friendship, the real thing, was rare and precious, and not to be confused with mere acquaintance, with the easy company of people who simply pass the time together. A true friend, he felt, was someone before whom you could be entirely yourself, who knew you and met you at your depth, with whom even silence was a form of conversation. He had few such friends, and he grieved when those friendships faltered, because he knew how rare they were and how much they mattered. We live now in an age of enormous connection and thinning friendship, with hundreds of contacts and few true friends. And many people lie awake feeling a loneliness they cannot explain in the midst of all that contact. Thoreau would have understood. He would have said, the second chair cannot be filled by the crowd in the third, that 1,000 acquaintances do not add up to one true friend, that what the heart needs is not more connection but deeper connection, a few people who truly know us. You cannot summon such a friendship tonight, but you can let the longing for it be tender rather than painful, a sign of how made for real closeness you are, and you can resolve gently in the days ahead to tend the few true friendships you have, to give them the attention they deserve, because they are, as Thoreau knew, among the rarest wealth a life can hold. Breathe. The room is just large enough. Chapter 10, The First Morning. Imagine the first morning at the pond. He wakes without an alarm, because there is no alarm and no reason to be anywhere by any particular hour. The light comes up grey, then gold, over the water. Birds he can name are loud in the pines. The air through the open window smells of pitch and pond and cold ash from last night's fire. He lies still for a moment and notices, perhaps for the first time in his adult life, that the day ahead is entirely unspent. A clean page. He wrote that he did not wish to live what was not life. Living is so dear, nor did he wish to practice resignation unless it was quite necessary. He wanted to live deep and suck out all the marrow of life. To live so sturdily and so simply as to put to rout all that was not life. And then the line we will keep returning to, the heart of the whole experiment. I went to the woods because I wished to live deliberately, to front only the essential facts of life, and see if I could not learn what it had to teach, and not, when I came to die, discover that I had not lived. Deliberately, from the Latin to weigh carefully. To live deliberately is to live weighed, considered, chosen, the opposite of the half-asleep drift he watched in town. He did not mean live intensely, or live productively, or live in any way that could be put on a banner. He meant be awake to your own life while you are inside it. Notice it happening. Decide even in small things instead of being carried. There is a long road between that morning and his last, and somewhere very far down it, decades from this bright first day, he will say his final words, and there will be only two of them, and they will be strange and beautiful and not at all what you would expect from a philosopher. But that is the far end. I only mention it now so that you know this life had a shape, a beginning, and a middle, and a quiet close, like any life, like yours. This is the beginning, a man waking in a small house he built with nothing scheduled, learning how to be awake. You are at a kind of beginning too, every night. Sleep is not only an ending, it is the place the next morning is made. Let this one be unhurried, let the page stay clean a little longer. The Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius began each day with a similar deliberateness. 2,000 years before Thoreau, writing in his private journal a reminder to himself for the morning. When you arise in the morning, he told himself, think of what a precious privilege it is to be alive, to breathe, to think, to enjoy, to love. He was the most powerful man in the world, with armies and provinces and endless demands pressing on him, and still he understood that the day would carry him off into automatic motion unless he began it on purpose. With a deliberate act of attention, a conscious remembering that to be alive at all was a gift and not a given. The morning was where the day was decided, not in its events, but in the spirit with which it was met. There is something here you can carry, not for tonight, but for the mornings ahead. Most of us wake already behind, already reaching for the phone, already pulled into the current of the day before our eyes are fully open, and so the day has us before we have had a single deliberate moment in it. Thoreau and the Emperor both knew that the first minutes set the tone for all the rest. A morning begun deliberately, with even a few seconds of conscious presence before the rush begins, is a different kind of day than one begun in reaction. You do not have to change your whole life to live more deliberately. You can begin with the first morning that comes after this sleep, with a single quiet breath taken on purpose before the noise starts, a small private declaration that this day, at least its beginning, is yours. Thoreau loved the morning above all the other hours, and he meant something deeper by it than the time on a clock. The morning, he wrote, is when there is dawn in me. He saw each waking as a small rebirth, a fresh start handed to you free of charge, a clean, unspent day laid down new at your feet, and he was a little heartbroken that most people met this daily miracle half asleep, stumbling through the gift of a new morning as though it were a burden to be gotten through. To be born again every single day, given another chance, another unspent stretch of life, and to receive it numbly, without wonder, struck him as one of the quiet tragedies of an unexamined life. You are going down toward sleep now, but sleep is the doorway to exactly this gift, the new morning, the small rebirth that waits on the other side of the dark. When you wake, hours from now, you will be handed a fresh and unspent day, another chance, a clean page, and you might, if you remember, receive it with even a flicker of the wonder Thoreau felt, the simple astonishment of being alive and given another day. But that is for the morning. For now, let the knowledge that a fresh start waits on the far side of sleep be one more reason to let go into the dark without fear. You are not ending tonight. You are crossing toward a new beginning, and all you have to do to reach it is rest. Breathe. The light is coming up gold over the water. Chapter 11. The Bean Field. He grew beans, about 2.5 acres of them, in rows, and he wrote a whole chapter about it, and it is funnier and stranger than it sounds. He did not strictly need the beans. He could have bought food more cheaply than he could grow it, and he knew this, and he grew them anyway, because he wanted the experience of the labor, the long mornings with the hoe, the intimate knowledge of a small piece of earth. "I came to love my rows," he wrote, "my beans. They attached me to the earth, and so I got strength like Antaeus." What he describes in the bean field is something we have nearly lost and badly need, and it has a name now that he did not have for it. We might call it absorption or flow, the state of a mind fully given to a single unhurried task, hands busy, thoughts loosening, the self quietly forgetting itself. Hour after hour he hoed, making the yellow soil express itself in bean leaves instead of weeds, and the work that should have been tedious became a kind of meditation he did not call meditation. This matters for the restless mind at night more than almost anything else I could tell you, because the modern day rarely offers this. Our work is mostly mental, fragmented, interrupted every few minutes, half of it spent switching between things and the other half spent recovering from the switch. We almost never sink into one long, simple physical task and stay there until the mind goes quiet. And then we wonder why the mind will not go quiet on command at 11 at night. It has had no practice. It has not been allowed to settle all day. Thoreau in his bean field had what the whole day now conspires to deny us. A single thing to do, done slowly, with the body, under the sky, with no notification able to reach him. The beans did not make him rich, they made him present. He stood in his rows and felt the specific heat of a New England July, and the specific ache in his shoulders, and the specific green smell of the leaves, and for those hours he was nowhere but exactly there. You cannot hoe a bean field tonight, but you can borrow the shape of it. You can let your attention rest on one simple thing, the weight of the blanket, the slow movement of your own breath, and when it wanders, as it will, you can walk it back to the row gently, the way he walked back to his, again and again, without scolding, until the settling happens on its own. There is a deep paradox in the bean field that is worth resting in. The work was repetitive, even monotonous, the same motion of the hoe, the same bent back, the same rows, hour after hour, and yet it was not boring. It was the opposite of boring. It was absorbing, restful, almost holy. And this overturns something we believe without examining it, which is that monotony is the enemy and constant novelty is the goal. In fact, the restless modern hunger for novelty, for the next thing, the new feed, the fresh stimulation, is itself a kind of sickness, and the cure that Thoreau stumbled onto in his bean rows is the very thing we have lost, the deep nourishment of a single simple task done slowly and repeatedly until the mind stops grasping and goes still. The monks knew this. The gardeners and the woodworkers and the people who work with their hands have always known it. There is a peace available in repetitive, undemanding, physical work that no entertainment can match, because it occupies the body and the surface of the mind just enough to let the deeper self settle and rest. We have engineered this almost entirely out of modern life, replacing it with work that fragments the attention and leisure that floods it, and we are starved for the old, simple rhythm without even knowing what we are missing. You can taste a little of it tonight in the simplest possible form by giving your mind one quiet, repetitive thing to rest on, the slow count of the breath, the same gentle motion in and out, row after row, until the grasping stops and the stillness comes. There is also a plain dignity in the work of the hands that our age has quietly forgotten, and that the bean field gave back to Thoreau. To make something real, to coax food from the actual earth, to end a day with dirt on your hands and a visible result of your labor, satisfies something deep and old in a person that no amount of abstract or digital work ever quite reaches. We were shaped over countless generations by work that the body could feel and the eyes could see, and a great deal of modern restlessness comes from labor that leaves no such trace, that produces nothing you can hold, that ends the day with the body unused and the mind overused, and a vague sense of having worked hard at nothing you can point to. Thoreau's beans were a deliberate return to the older, more satisfying shape of work, the kind that tires the body honestly and leaves the mind clear. You may not have a bean field, but you can honor the same wisdom in small ways in the days ahead, can seek out the simple physical tasks that the modern world treats as beneath you, the cooking, the cleaning, the mending, the growing of one small thing, and find in them the quiet grounding that Thoreau found in his rose. The body wants to be used, the hands want to make, and a day that includes even a little of that honest physical work tends to end in a deeper and more earned rest. But tonight the work is done, the body may be wholly still, and the only labor left is the gentlest of all, the slow letting go into sleep. Breathe, one row, then the next, then the next. Chapter 12. The Pond at Dawn. The pond itself deserves a chapter because Thoreau gave it many, and because still water has things to teach a restless person that no argument can. Walden Pond is small, deep, and astonishingly clear, fed by springs with no major stream running in or out. Thoreau measured it himself, carefully, with a line and a stone, partly to disprove the local legend that it was bottomless. He found a true bottom just over 100 feet down, and he loved it no less for being measurable. He called the pond the Earth's Eye, looking into which the beholder measures the depth of his own nature. In the early morning, before any wind, the surface goes perfectly smooth, a dark mirror holding the whole sky. He would sit beside it and watch the day assemble itself. In the water, the pink, the grey, the gold, the first ripple where a fish rose or an insect touched down, spreading in rings to the shore. He noticed that the smoother the water, the more clearly it held the sky. Any disturbance, the smallest breeze, and the reflection broke into 1,000 pieces, and the depth disappeared. There is your mind, and there is the reason this hour is so hard. All day the wind has been on the water. Every demand, every worry, every notification was a gust, and the surface has been broken into chop since the alarm went off this morning. A broken surface cannot hold the sky. It cannot show you anything true. It just churns. And so all day you have been unable to see down into your own depth to know what you actually feel, because the wind never stopped long enough. Now it is night, and the gusts are finally dying down one by one. The dishwasher gust, the email gust, the traffic gust, each one fading. And if you can be patient, if you can resist stirring the water yourself with one more worried thought, the surface will do what surfaces do when they are left alone. It will go still, and in the stillness the depth comes back and the sky comes back, and you can see all the way down again. You do not have to force the stillness. That is the secret Thoreau learned beside the water. You cannot smooth a pond by reaching in and pressing it flat. You can only stop disturbing it and wait, and let the natural calm that is always underneath rise back to the top. So stop reaching in. Let the last gusts die. Hold on to the most important part of what the water teaches, because it is the single most useful thing for a sleepless mind to understand. You cannot force calm. You cannot make yourself relax by an act of will the way you might force a muscle, because the very effort of forcing is itself a disturbance, another hand reaching into the water, another gust on the surface. Everyone who has ever lain awake commanding themselves to relax, now, immediately, knows how perfectly this fails, how the demand for calm only deepens the unrest. The pond cannot be pressed flat. It can only be left alone, and so the whole art of it, the thing Thoreau learned beside the water and the thing you are learning now, is not a doing but an undoing, not adding effort but subtracting it. Not reaching for sleep, but stopping the reaching, stopping the stirring, stopping the thousand small interferences that keep the surface broken, and then simply waiting, with patience and without demand, while the natural calm that is always there underneath rises slowly back to the top on its own. You do not have to make sleep come, you only have to stop preventing it. You only have to take your hands out of the water and let it do what still water always does when it is finally left alone, which is to grow smooth and clear and deep and to hold the whole quiet sky. Remember what Thoreau said the pond was, the earth's eye, looking into which the beholder measures the depth of his own nature. He meant that the still water was a kind of mirror not only for the sky, but for the self, that a person standing quietly beside calm water could see down into their own depths in a way they never could amid noise and motion. And this is literally, not just poetically, true of the mind. You cannot know yourself in turbulence. You cannot hear what you actually feel or want or need, while the surface is broken by the constant chop of a busy day. Self-knowledge, the real kind, the kind that lets a person live deliberately, requires stillness, requires the surface to settle long enough for the depths to become visible. This is why the people who never stop, who keep the surface churning from waking to sleeping, so often feel like strangers to themselves. They have never been still enough to see down. And it is why the quiet hour, far from being empty or wasted, is one of the few times the depths become visible at all. You do not have to go looking into your depths tonight. That is not the work of the sleepless hour. But it is worth knowing that the stillness you are sinking into is not nothing, that it is the very condition in which a person can finally come to know themselves. and that simply by growing quiet night after night, you are restoring your own ability to see down into your own clear water, all the way to the bottom where the truest things rest. Breathe. The water is going smooth, the whole sky is in it. Chapter 13. The Whistle of the Train. I told you the railroad ran along the far edge of the pond and that Thoreau could hear the trains. He wrote about that sound, and what he made of it is worth a slow few minutes tonight, because the train is the most modern thing in his whole quiet book, and he heard our century coming in it. The whistle would reach him across the water several times a day, the new machine cutting its straight line through the old landscape, carrying ice and lumber and people and mail, all of it on a schedule, all of it in a hurry. He did not simply hate it, he was too honest and too curious for simple hatred. He admired the energy of it, the reach, the way it knit far places together. But he saw the cost with terrible clarity, and he named it in a line that could have been written this morning. "We do not ride upon the railroad," he wrote. "It rides upon us." He watched how the schedule of the train began to discipline the whole town. People arranged their days around its times. Punctuality, speed, the sense that one must keep up or be left behind, all of it spread outward from the rails into ordinary life. The machine promised to serve people and quietly reorganize them into its servants. He saw men become, as he put it, the tools of their tools, and the railroad was the great new tool, beautiful and tireless, and never asking whether the hurry was taking anyone anywhere they actually wished to go. You live very far down the track he was watching get laid. The train became the factory became the office became the device in your hand, and each one was faster and more useful than the last, and each one rode a little further up onto your back. The promise was always the same: this will save you time. And somehow there has never been less of it. Thoreau's response was not to smash the machine, it was to refuse to let its tempo become his tempo. He kept the slow time of the pond while the fast time of the rails ran past a quarter-mile away. He listened to the whistle and then turned back to the water, which kept the older, truer schedule, the one set by light and season and the turning of the year, the schedule your body still secretly runs on under all the alarms. It is that older schedule I want to return you to tonight. Not the train's time, the pond's time. The time that does not care what hour it is, only that the dark has come and rest is what the dark is for. The thing the train stole, and the thing the device in your hand has perfected the theft of, is your own tempo. Every creature in nature keeps its own time, the time set by its body and its needs, and the turning of the light. The older human world ran on that kind of time too, the slow time of seasons and harvests and the sun. And then the machines arrived, each one faster than a body, and instead of the machines slowing to our pace, we sped up to theirs. Until now, most of us live almost entirely on machine time, a relentless, even inhuman tempo that never tires, never pauses, never sleeps, and never was meant for a creature like you, who tires and pauses and must sleep. Your body still keeps the older time underneath, the true time, and the conflict between that ancient inner clock and the machine tempo laid over it is a real part of why rest comes so hard. All day you have been running at a speed your body was never built for, and now at night you ask it to drop instantly into the deep, slow time of sleep, and it cannot find the gear because it has been in the wrong gear since morning. The healing is to remember, even a little, the older tempo, the pond's time, the body's time, the slow turning that does not care what the clock says. You are returning to it now, gear by gear, slowing, dropping down out of the machine's relentless speed into the deep, patient, ancient rhythm that your body has been quietly keeping all along, under all the noise, waiting for you to come back to it. And here is the deepest reassurance the older schedule offers, the one your body has been waiting all day to hear. The dark itself is the signal. For all the hundreds of thousands of years before the electric light, the falling of darkness was the body's cue that the day was over and rest had come. And that ancient signal is still wired into you, still working, still true, however many bright screens have tried to talk over it. When the light goes and the dark comes, something deep in your body begins, on its own, to prepare for sleep, releasing the slow chemistry of rest, lowering the systems one by one, exactly as it has done for every one of your ancestors back beyond memory. You do not have to manufacture sleepiness. The dark is already calling it up in you, the way it called it up in Thoreau by his pond, and in every human being who ever lay down when night fell. So trust the dark tonight, the way the older world trusted it. Let it be what it has always been, not an empty, frightening void, but the oldest and kindest signal there is, the turning of the great wheel that says, gently, the day is over now. You may stop, you may rest, you may sleep. Your body knows this signal. It has always known it. Underneath all the machine tempo and the bright interruption, the ancient agreement between the darkness and your rest is still intact, still waiting. And all you have to do is stop overriding it and let the dark do what the dark has always done, which is to carry its creatures down softly into sleep. Breathe. Let the whistle fade across the water. It is not your train. You do not have to catch it. Chapter 14. Quiet Desperation. Now we come back to the sentence we started with, because we have walked far enough alongside the man to understand what he really meant by it. The mass of men lead lives of quiet desperation. When people quote that line, they usually stop there, and it sounds like a verdict, even a cruel one. But Thoreau did not stop there, and the rest of the passage changes everything. What is called resignation, he went on, is confirmed desperation. He was not sneering at unhappy people. He was naming, with great tenderness, a specific way that a life goes quietly wrong, not through disaster, through resignation, through the slow giving up of the deeper hopes, one by one, so gradually that you never notice the moment they leave, until one day you are simply going through the motions of a life you no longer quite believe in, and calling that maturity. Desperation is too strong a word, you might think, for an ordinary tired person who is mostly fine. But notice how quiet he says it is. This is not the desperation that weeps. It is the desperation that scrolls, that overworks, that fills every silence, because the silence has started to ask questions. It is the low hum under a perfectly functional life, the sense, usually unspoken even to yourself, that this cannot be all of it, and the simultaneous fear that it is, and the decision, made 1,000 small times, not to look. Here is the mercy in Thoreau, the part the famous line hides. He believed it did not have to be this way. He did not think quiet desperation was the human condition, fixed and final. He thought it was a default, a thing that happens to a life left unexamined, and that it could be interrupted at any age by the simple, radical act of beginning to live deliberately, to front the essential facts, to ask what is actually mine here and what am I only carrying, to make a little space, a single chair's worth, where the deeper hopes could speak again without being shouted down. If some of this is landing close to home tonight, I want you to hear the second half of his thought along with the first. Yes, the desperation is real, and yes, it is common, and no, you are not strange or ungrateful for feeling it in the quiet hour, and also it is not a sentence you have been condemned to. It is a habit of attention, and attention can be turned. He turned his at 27 with an axe and a borrowed acre. You can turn yours with far less. You can begin by simply lying here and letting the truth be true without rushing to fix it. That is already deliberate living. Noticing, not looking away. Leo Tolstoy, the great Russian writer, fell into exactly this quiet desperation at the height of his life, and his account of it is one of the most honest ever written, and oddly, one of the most hopeful. He was around 50, world-famous, wealthy, with a large estate, a family, his health, everything a person is supposed to want, and he found himself overtaken by a darkness he could not explain, a sense that his life, for all its visible success, had no meaning he could find, that he was going through the motions of a life he no longer understood. He had achieved everything and arrived nowhere. It is the empty win we spoke of, but vast, total, a whole life's worth of it crashing in at once. And he came through it, slowly, not by acquiring anything more, but by stripping his life back down toward the simple and the essential, toward honest work and ordinary people and the questions that actually mattered, much as Thoreau had in his quieter way by the pond. I tell you this because it cuts against the lie the quiet hour likes to tell, which is that this feeling means something is uniquely wrong with you. It does not. Some of the deepest and most accomplished people who ever lived have sat exactly where you are sitting tonight, in the dark, wondering if this was all there was, and many of them came through it into something truer and more peaceful on the other side. The feeling is not a verdict. It is a doorway, and you are not the first to stand in it, and the ones who walked through it did not do so by force or by panic, but slowly, gently, by turning back toward what was simple and real, which is exactly the turning you have already begun tonight, just by lying here and letting the truth be true. Breathe. You looked tonight instead of away. That is the whole beginning. Chapter 15, The Life You Did Not Choose. Let me tell you about a feeling and see if you recognize it. A person works hard for a long time toward a particular goal. The promotion, the house, the milestone, the finish line they have been told to run toward since they were young, and they reach it. The day comes, and in the place where the great wave of arrival was supposed to break over them, there is, instead, a strange flatness, a quiet. They feel a little proud, and then they feel almost nothing, and then, worst of all, they feel a faint guilt for feeling nothing, because they are supposed to be happy now. This was the thing, and here it is. And they are still themselves, still restless, still standing in the same skin at the end of the same kind of day. Thoreau understood this with painful precision, though he never used our words for it. He watched his neighbors spend their whole strength acquiring things that, once acquired, did not give back what had been promised. The farm that was supposed to mean security became a lifelong debt of labor. The fine house became a heavier set of chains. He saw that we often chase a thing not because we have weighed it and chosen it, but because everyone around us is chasing it, and the chasing itself feels like purpose. Until you catch the thing, and the purpose evaporates, and there you are. The deeper trouble he saw was not any single wrong choice. It was a life assembled out of unexamined ones. A life you did not so much choose as accept, default by default, each step reasonable, the whole somehow not yours. And the quiet desperation we spoke of is, very often, exactly this. The ache of being a stranger in a life with your own name on it. If you have felt that flatness at a finish line, hear this gently. It is not a sign that something is wrong with you. It is a sign that something true in you is still awake, still capable of telling the difference between a goal that was really yours and one you were handed. That flatness is not the absence of feeling. It is feeling trying to tell you something. It is the deeper sound coming up through a crack in the noise. Thoreau's answer was not to stop wanting things. It was to want them deliberately, to run the true cost. To ask, before pouring years into a thing, whether at the end of those years he would find that he had lived, or only that he had acquired. A simple question, asked early, that saves a person from arriving exhausted at a summit that turns out to be someone else's mountain. You do not have to answer it tonight. You only have to let it be asked, and feel, maybe, a little less alone in having felt the flatness. Think of the person who reaches the long-awaited retirement, the rest they spent 40 years earning, and finds, some quiet Tuesday a few months in, that instead of freedom they feel a strange invisibility, an emptiness where the fullness was supposed to be. They had imagined the open time as a reward, and now that it is here, they discover that the job had been carrying more of their identity than they ever knew, that without the title and the tasks and the place to be, they are not quite sure who they are. This is not ingratitude, it is the same deep truth surfacing, that a life built mostly out of external structure, out of roles and obligations and other people's expectations, leaves a person hollow at the center when the structure falls away, because the inner life, the first chair, the self that should have been tended all along, was never given the time. Thoreau's whole experiment was a way of building that inner center early, on purpose, before the external structures could fall away and reveal the hollow. He wanted to know that there was someone home inside him, independent of his roles, so that he would never be at the mercy of losing them. And this is available to you too, at any age, before or after any retirement, by the simple, deliberate practice of spending time with the self underneath the roles. The self you are with right now, in the dark, with no title, no task, no audience, just the bare, quiet fact of your own being. That self is the one that lasts. That self is the one worth knowing. And the quiet hour, far from being empty, is exactly where you meet it. If there is a fear moving under this chapter for you tonight, it is probably the fear that it is too late, that whatever course your life took was set long ago, that you are too far in to change it now. And Thoreau's whole life is a quiet argument against that fear. He did not begin his experiment as a young man with everything still open. He began it at 27, after he had already tried the ordinary path, already taught, already worked the trade, already started down the expected road, and then deliberately turned off it. And many of the thinkers we have walked among tonight made their deepest turns even later, in the second half of life, when the world says it is far too late to change. Tolstoy at 50. The turn is not reserved for the young. It is available at any age to anyone willing to begin living deliberately from wherever they happen to stand. The course of a life is never as fixed as the dark likes to claim. A life can turn at 40, at 60, at any age, not by some dramatic upheaval, but by the simple beginning of deliberate choices from this point forward. You cannot unspend the years already spent, and you do not need to. You only need the years still ahead, however many they are, and the willingness to begin living them awake. It is one of the most freeing truths there is, and it is worth carrying gently into sleep. It is not too late. It is never too late to begin living deliberately, because deliberate living is not about where you have been. It is only ever about how you meet the next step. And the next step is always, mercifully, still ahead of you. Breathe. The deeper sound is not your enemy. It has been trying to reach you all day. Chapter 16, Read Not the Times. Thoreau had a low opinion of the news, and before you decide he was simply a man out of step with his time, listen to why, because it is more useful now than it was then. He did not mean that nothing happening in the world mattered. He meant that the daily torrent of happenings, the gossip dressed as importance, the endless minor catastrophes from far away that we can do nothing about, does something quiet and corrosive to the mind. It keeps the attention perpetually pointed outward and elsewhere, scattered across 100 things that have no real bearing on the one life you are actually living. He said that if you read of one man robbed, or murdered, or killed by accident, you never need read of another. The principle, once grasped, never changes, only the names. To know the news, he thought, was mostly to learn nothing new at great cost to your peace. Read not the times, he wrote, in effect. Read the eternities, by which he meant turn some of that hungry attention away from the churn of the momentary and toward the things that do not change, that have always been true and will be true long after today's alarms are forgotten. The turning of the seasons, the questions the old books ask, the actual life in front of you, the people in your house, the work of your hands, the water and the light. He read the great old texts slowly, the Greek, the Roman, and remarkably for a New England man of his day, the scriptures of the East. He kept a copy of the Bhagavad Gita by the pond and wrote that beside its grand cosmic philosophy, the modern world and its literature seemed petty and trivial. In the morning he would bathe in the pond and feel, he said, as if he were performing a religious exercise, and then sit with an ancient book, and the combination of cold, clear water and old, deep thought set the whole day on a different foundation than the newspaper ever could. I raise this tonight because the churn he warned about has become an ocean, and most of us are swimming in it from the moment we wake until the moment we lie down, which is to say, until right now. The last thing many of us do before trying to sleep is pour one more hour of the world's noise into a mind that then cannot understand why it will not go quiet. We have read the times until the very edge of the dark and asked the eternities for nothing. So let tonight be eternities. Old water, old light, the slow turning of one season into the next, which needs nothing from you but your rest. There is a hard mercy in something else Thoreau understood about the news, which is that almost none of it requires anything of you. The torrent of happenings pours in, each item dressed as urgent, as something you must know and react to and have an opinion about. And yet for nearly all of it there is nothing you can actually do. No action available, no way to help, only the agitation of having taken it in. It is suffering without purchase, exactly the kind Seneca warned against, a steady drip of distant alarm that keeps the nervous system braced against dangers it cannot touch. The mind was built to respond to what is near, what is real, what is actually in front of you and within your power. The endless distant churn overwhelms that ancient design, keeping you mobilized against 1,000 things you can do nothing about, until the bracing becomes your baseline and you cannot understand why you never feel at rest. So, tonight, give your nervous system the gift Thoreau gave his, the gift of a boundary. The world will go on turning without your attention for these few hours. The things you can actually affect will still be there, within reach, in the morning when you are rested enough to meet them well. And the vast remainder, the distant churn you can do nothing about, was never yours to carry in the first place, and certainly not yours to carry into the dark. Set it down. Not forever, not irresponsibly, just for now, just for the night. Let the wider world keep its own watch for a while. Your one task tonight is smaller and older and far more important than any headline. Your one task is to rest. Of all the hours of the day, the one Thoreau would most want you to protect is this one, the last one, the hour before sleep, because of what we pour into it. Most of us end the day by filling the final waking minutes with the most agitating input of all: the news, the feeds, the bright, restless scroll. And then we set the device down and lie back and ask our minds to go instantly quiet after we have just spent an hour stirring them as hard as we possibly could. It is like sprinting in place until the moment you try to fall asleep and then wondering why your heart is racing. The last hour writes the first hour of the night. What you feed the mind before sleep is what the mind will chew on in the dark. Thoreau guarded the edges of his days, the waking and the sleeping, as the most important hours, the ones that set the tone for all the rest. You cannot change tonight's last hour now, it is already behind you, but you can know, for the nights ahead, that the gentlest gift you can give your own rest is a quieter final hour, an hour of old water and old light instead of new noise, of anything calm and slow and undemanding instead of the churn. And you can know that tonight, right now, the churn is finally over. The input has stopped, and the mind, given nothing new to grip, will slowly, on its own, begin to let go of what it was holding and sink toward the quiet it was made for. Breathe. The news will keep. It always keeps. None of it is yours to carry into the dark. Chapter 17. Simplify. Simplify. If Thoreau had a single instruction, it was one word, and he liked it so much he said it twice. Simplify, simplify. Our life is frittered away by detail, he wrote. An honest man has hardly need to count more than his 10 fingers. Simplicity, simplicity, simplicity. I say, let your affairs be as 2 or 3, and not 100 or 1,000. He was describing a disease of his own century, the way a life accumulates obligations and possessions and small daily complications, until the person is mostly occupied with the upkeep of their own complexity, with no strength left over for living. It is gentler and more practical than it sounds. He was not asking anyone to move to the woods. The woods were his particular experiment, not his prescription. What he was pointing at was a principle that travels into any life, including yours, that most of us are carrying far more than the essentials require, and that the carrying is where the exhaustion comes from, and that a great deal of it could be set down with no real loss and enormous relief. Think of how a day fragments. Not 1 or 2 real tasks done with full attention, but 100 small ones, half-started, interrupted, returned to, layered over each other, each one trailing a little anxiety, a little unfinishedness, so that you arrive at night having been busy without ceasing, and unable to say what you actually did. That is a life frittered away by detail, not by any single large burden, but by the 1,000 small ones we never thought to question. Thoreau's simplicity was a kind of editing. He looked at his life the way a careful writer looks at a sentence, asking of each thing, is this necessary? Does this earn its place? What happens if I strike it out? And he found that a great deal could be struck out, and that what remained was not poorer but clearer, the way a sentence gets stronger as the unnecessary words come off it. You cannot edit your life at this hour, and you should not try. But you can practice the feeling of subtraction right here in the body, which is where all real rest begins. You can let go of the grip in the jaw, the brace in the shoulders, the low readiness in the belly that has been waiting all day for the next thing. None of those are needed now. They are detail. They can be struck out. Simplify, simplify, down to just this: a body, breathing, in the dark, with nothing to defend. Lao Tzu, from the other side of the world and many centuries before, described the same movement in a single luminous line. In the pursuit of learning, he wrote, "Every day something is acquired. In the pursuit of the way, every day something is dropped." Two opposite directions for a life. One is always adding, always acquiring, always taking on more. And we are all trained from childhood to believe this is the only direction, that a good life is a full one, an accumulating one, a life that gathers and gathers. The other direction, the one both Lao Tzu and Thoreau pointed toward, is subtraction, the daily dropping of what is not essential, the steady lightening, until what remains is only what truly matters, and the whole life grows clearer and freer as it grows simpler. Most of us only ever practice the first direction, the adding, and we wonder why we feel so heavy. We have never been taught the art of dropping, of letting things fall away, of getting lighter on purpose. And the beautiful thing is that you can practice it tonight in its purest and simplest form, because sleep itself is an act of dropping, the nightly laying down of everything you have been carrying. You drop the day, you drop the roles, you drop the plans and the worries and the long list of what is undone. You drop, finally, even your hold on waking itself, and let yourself fall, lightly, into the dark. Every held thing you release now is practice for the larger releasing, the gradual lightening of a whole life. Simplify, simplify, down and down, until there is only this, a breath, and then the letting go of even that into sleep. Breathe. Let one held thing go, then another. This is simplicity. This is the whole of it. Chapter 18, The Visitor. The hermit, as we have seen, was not really a hermit, and some of the warmest pages of Walden are about the people who came down the path to his door. There was a woodchopper, a French-Canadian named Alec Therrien, a big, genuine, uneducated man who could fell trees all day and whom Thoreau found more interesting than most of the lettered men he knew. He wrote about Therrien with real affection and real respect, watching him eat his lunch in the woods, talking with him about simple things, marveling at a man so thoroughly himself, so unspoiled, so present in his own life without any theory about it at all. Thoreau, the great thinker, sat at the feet of a woodchopper and learned something he could not get from books, which was what it looked like to live well without ever once worrying about how to live. There were children who came to fish. There were curious townspeople. There were the railroad workers. And there were others who do not appear by name in the cheerful chapters, because their visits were dangerous and secret. Thoreau and his family were part of the Underground Railroad. Men and women escaping slavery passed through Concord on their way north toward Canada, and Thoreau helped them, sheltered them, gave them food and money, and walked them to the train. The man alone in the woods was, when it mattered, a link in a chain of people risking themselves to carry strangers to freedom. I tell you this so that the solitude we are praising tonight does not curdle into something cold. Thoreau's aloneness was never a turning away from human beings. It was a way of becoming the kind of human being who could meet others truly. He went to the woods to clear the noise, yes, but what the clearing made room for was not only his own thoughts. It was a sharper love, a fiercer justice, a deeper attention to the actual people in front of him, the woodchopper, the child, the fugitive at the door in the dark. This is the thing the word hermit always misses, and it matters for you. The point of a quiet life is not to need no one. It is to be so settled in yourself that when you turn back toward others, you can give them your whole presence instead of your leftover, distracted, half-exhausted attention. The chair for solitude makes the chair for friendship worth sitting in. You will turn back toward your people in the morning. Let tonight's quiet be the kind that returns you to them, softer, not harder. The kind that makes you more able to listen, more able to love, more genuinely there. It is worth lingering on the woodchopper a moment longer, because of what Thoreau saw in him and what it says about the kind of peace we are after. Alex could not read the great books, knew nothing of the philosophies Thoreau had studied, and yet he possessed something the educated men around him had lost, a complete and unself-conscious presence in his own life. He ate his lunch with his whole attention on the eating. He did his work with his whole attention on the work. He was not, like so many clever people, half living his life while narrating and judging and worrying about it from somewhere just behind his own eyes. He was simply wholly there. And Thoreau, who could narrate and judge and worry with the best of them, recognized in this simple man a kind of wisdom he could not get from any book, the wisdom of being undivided, of being all in one place at one time, which is a thing the thinking mind makes surprisingly hard. This is a quiet permission for you tonight. You do not have to think your way to peace. In fact, the thinking, the analyzing, the trying to understand and arrange and solve is often exactly what keeps the peace away. The woodchopper's contentment did not come from working anything out. It came from being fully present in a simple life, undivided here. And you can borrow a little of that right now by letting the analyzing mind rest, by stopping the narration of your own experience, by simply being here, in this bed, in this dark, in this breath. All of you in one place. Like a tired man eating his lunch in the woods with nothing on his mind but the bread and the quiet and the green light through the trees. It is worth noticing that the quiet at the pond did not make Thoreau indifferent to suffering. It made him more sensitive to it, not less. The same man who sat alone watching the light on the water was the man who could not abide the great cruelty of his age, who sheltered the fleeing, who went to jail rather than fund injustice, who spoke out when speaking out was dangerous and unpopular. His solitude did not wall him off from the world's pain. It cleared away enough of the noise that he could feel that pain plainly, without the numbing distraction that lets most of us look away. The quiet sharpened his conscience instead of dulling it. This matters because we sometimes fear that turning inward, tending our own peace, is a kind of selfishness, a turning away from a world that needs us. Thoreau's life says the opposite. The person who has done the inner work, who has found some steadiness in themselves, is far more able to face the world's troubles without being overwhelmed by them, far more able to help without burning out, far more able to love without losing themselves. The clearing you do in the quiet is not a retreat from compassion. It is the ground compassion grows in. So rest tonight without any guilt that you are neglecting the world by tending yourself. You are preparing the only instrument you have for helping it, which is a clear and steady and rested heart. Breathe. The door is open. The right ones know the way. For now, only rest. Chapter 19. Solitude is not loneliness. There is a distinction that Thoreau lived and that a later thinker named with great precision, and I want to give it to you carefully, because it may be one of the most useful ideas in this whole long night. The thinker was Hannah Arendt, who knew exile and statelessness firsthand, and who wrote that loneliness is not the same as solitude. Solitude, she said, requires being alone, whereas loneliness shows itself most sharply in the company of others. Sit with that, because it overturns what we usually assume. We tend to think aloneness is the dangerous state, and company is the cure. Arendt and Thoreau both knew the opposite can be true, that you can be desperately lonely in a crowded room surrounded by people and perfectly at peace by yourself beside a pond. The difference is what happens in the aloneness. In solitude, Arendt said, you are together with yourself. You keep yourself company. There are, in a sense, two of you, the one who speaks and the one who listens, in quiet conversation, and the conversation is good. In loneliness, that inner companionship has broken down. You are alone, and there is no one there, not even yourself. The inner dialogue has gone silent or turned against you, and so you reach outward frantically for other people to fill a hole that other people were never going to fill, because the hole is in your relationship with yourself. Thoreau at Walden was almost never lonely, though he was almost always alone because his solitude was full. Full of the pond, the beans, the books, the wood chopper, the birds he could name, and above all, full of his own steady company. He had made friends with himself. He could spend a whole day with no other human voice and feel rich, because the company he kept inside was good company. Many of us have lost exactly this, and the loss is why the quiet hour feels so unbearable. We have filled every moment with input precisely so that we never have to be alone with ourselves, because somewhere along the way the inner companionship frayed and being alone started to feel like loneliness. And so we arrive at night, finally with no one and nothing to distract us. And instead of solitude, we feel the bare ache of a self we have not sat with in a long time. The repair is slow and it is real. And it begins exactly here, in nights like this one. Solitude is a skill, and like any skill, it returns with practice. Every night that you lie here and let yourself simply be with yourself, without fleeing into a screen, you are mending the inner companionship a little. You are learning, again, to keep yourself company, to be two friends in the dark instead of one stranger. You are not lonely right now. You are in solitude. There is someone here with you. It is you, and you are good company, and you are learning that again. The repair of the inner companionship has a gentle shape, and it is worth knowing because it tells you what you are actually doing on a night like this. When the inner dialogue has frayed, when being alone has come to feel like loneliness, the way back is not to force some grand reconciliation with yourself, not to lie here demanding that you suddenly enjoy your own company. It is something much softer. It is simply to stay, without fleeing, a little longer each time. To notice the urge to escape into a screen, into a worry, into anything rather than the bare quiet, and to gently not act on it, just this once, just for now. Each time you stay instead of fleeing, the frayed thread mends a single fiber. Each night you let yourself simply be with yourself, without distraction and without demand. The inner companion grows a little more real, a little more present, a little more like a friend. And the deep secret, the one that the lonely hour hides, is that the self you are afraid to be alone with is not your enemy. It is not waiting in the dark to accuse you. That accusing voice, the harsh one, was learned, borrowed long ago from someone else, and it is not the true inner companion at all. Underneath it, quieter, is a self that simply wants your company, that has been waiting all day, all year, for you to come and sit with it without an agenda, the way you would sit with an old friend, in easy silence, with nothing that needs to be said. That self is here now, in the dark, glad of your company. You are not alone with an enemy. You are keeping company with a friend who has missed you. Stay a while. There is nowhere either of you needs to be. Breathe. Stay with yourself. You are not bad company at all. Chapter 20. The third chair. I promised we would come back to the three chairs, and we have one of them to look at more closely now. Not the first, solitude, which we have been practicing all night. The third, society, the chair for the wider world. It is easy to understand why a person needs the first chair for being alone and the second for a close friend. But why did Thoreau, of all people, keep a third chair for society, for the crowd, when he confessed that the crowd crowded out the very words he most wanted to say? Why keep a chair for the thing that overwhelms you? Because a self that only ever sits in the first two chairs slowly narrows. Solitude without any return to the world curdles into something brittle and strange. The close friendship of one or two, without any wider air, can become a small sealed room. Thoreau knew that a whole human being needs all three. the deep aloneness where the self is forged, the intimate friendship where the self is known, and the wider society where the self is tested, stretched, kept honest, reminded that it is one among many. Remove any one of the three and the person tilts. Look at how our own arrangement has gone wrong, and you will see why so many of us are unwell in exactly this way. Most modern lives have almost no first chair, no real solitude at all. A shrinking second chair, fewer and thinner close friendships than any generation before us, and a vast, swollen, distorted third chair, an endless society of strangers pouring through a screen, thousands of distant people and their opinions and their lives, more society than any nervous system was built to hold, and almost none of it the kind that actually nourishes. We have inverted Thoreau's furniture. He kept a large, quiet first chair and a small, careful third one. We have almost no first chair and a third chair the size of the sky, full of people we will never meet, shouting. No wonder the self feels both crowded and alone. It is over-societed and under-solited, if I can invent the words, drowning in contact and starving for company. The third chair is not the enemy. The wider world matters, and Thoreau gave himself to it fiercely when justice required. But the third chair only works when the first two are strong. Society nourishes a self that has been formed in solitude and known in friendship. It poisons a self that has had neither. Tonight you are repairing the first chair, the one most of us have lost. And there is a deeper thing still to say about that third chair before the night is through, about what it is finally for. But it can wait. Let it wait. The strangest part of our inverted arrangement is that the swollen third chair, the endless society of the screen, actively works to destroy the first chair, the solitude that would make us whole. It is built to. Every moment of potential quiet, every gap in the day where solitude might have crept in and done its slow healing work, is now instantly filled, on reflex, by reaching for the glowing rectangle and pouring in more distant society, the elevator, the waiting room, the walk, the very last minutes before sleep. All the small, natural pockets of solitude that used to be woven through a day have been colonized, filled with crowd, so that the modern person can go from waking to sleeping without a single unfilled moment alone with themselves. And then we wonder why we feel both exhausted by people and starved for connection. We have too much of the wrong chair and almost none of the right one. To reclaim the first chair, then, is a quietly radical act, and you are performing it right now, simply by lying here in the dark without reaching for anything to fill the quiet. This is the chair our age has stolen, and you are taking it back, one night at a time. You do not have to renounce the wider world to do it. You only have to protect, fiercely and a little stubbornly, some genuine solitude, some real unfilled quiet, some daily return to the chair where the self is mended. The few minutes before sleep are a good place to begin to defend it. This quiet, right now, unfilled, alone, is not emptiness. It is the most nourishing room in the house, the one you have been kept out of all day, and you are finally, rightfully, sitting down in it. There is a particular harm in the swollen third chair that is worth naming gently, because it follows so many people into the dark. The endless crowd of the screen does not only fill our solitude, it also weighs us constantly against thousands of strangers holding up their curated lives, their successes, their highlight reels, against our own ordinary days, so that we end up measuring our worth by comparison with people we will never meet and do not really know. No human being was built to be compared against thousands of others every day. For nearly all of history, a person knew a few dozen people and found their place among them, and that was the whole human world they were measured in. Now the comparison is endless and global and impossible, and it leaves a quiet ache of never being enough that has nothing to do with the actual shape of your actual life. Thoreau measured himself against no one. He took his worth from his own sense of a life well and deliberately lived, not from how he stacked up against the neighbors, and certainly not against strangers. And this is a freedom you can begin to reclaim here in the dark by setting down the whole exhausting machinery of comparison. You are not the strangers on the screen. You are not their highlights, and you are not behind them in some race that was never real. You are a single particular person living a single particular life, and its worth was never anyone else's to measure. Tonight, in the quiet, with the crowd finally gone, you can rest in the simple sufficiency of being exactly who you are, measured against no one, enough on your own terms, in your own quiet room. Breathe. You are rebuilding the room, from the quietest chair outward. Chapter 21. A different kind of rich. Thoreau called himself rich and meant it, and he had almost nothing. It is worth slowing down on what he meant, because it is a kind of wealth available to you right now, in the dark, at no cost, while the other kind is not. I am convinced, he wrote, that to maintain oneself on this earth is not a hardship but a pastime, if we will live simply and wisely. He had worked out, remember, that a few weeks of labor a year met his needs, and that the rest of his time was his own, unsold, unspent. And he understood that this time that belongs to you is the only wealth that the word was ever really pointing at. A man is rich, he wrote, in proportion to the number of things which he can afford to let alone. Read that again, slowly, because it runs exactly opposite to everything the day shouts at you. A man is rich in proportion to the number of things he can afford to let alone, not the number of things he owns. The number he can leave be. The invitations he can decline. The arguments he need not enter. The purchases he can walk past. The opinions he can let pass unanswered. Every one of those is a small freedom, and a life with many of them is a wealthy life, no matter what the accounts say. By this measure, many of the busiest, most acquiring people are poor, desperately poor, because they can afford to let almost nothing alone. Every notification must be answered, every trend tracked, every offense addressed, every opportunity seized. They own a great deal and can let go of nothing, and so nothing is ever truly theirs, because what owns you cannot be possessed by you, only served, and by this same measure a person with very little can be wealthy beyond counting, if they have learned the deep art of letting alone, of saying, "That is not mine to carry. That does not require my response. That can pass by." This, too, is something you can practice tonight in the simplest possible form. Every thought that comes to recruit you into tomorrow's worry, every replay of today's friction, you can afford to let it alone. You do not have to follow it. You do not have to answer. You are rich right now in exact proportion to how many of these you can let drift past without reaching for them. Let them drift. Let it all alone. There is nothing here in this hour that requires you to seize it. The richest thing you can do tonight is nothing at all. This art of letting alone is harder than it sounds, because the modern mind has been trained into the opposite, into a kind of compulsory responsiveness, a feeling that everything that appears before us demands our reaction. A notification appears and we must answer it. An opinion crosses our path and we must have one back. A small irritation arises and we must address it, correct it, resolve it. We have lost the deep old freedom of letting things simply be, of allowing the world to offer its thousand provocations and choosing calmly to leave most of them exactly where they lie, untouched, unanswered, unengaged. Thoreau's wealth was precisely this freedom, the enormous spaciousness of a mind that does not feel obligated to respond to everything, that can let the river of provocations flow past without reaching in to grab at every passing thing. You can practice this wealth tonight in its purest form, because the mind at this hour offers up an endless stream of things that seem to demand your engagement. The worry that wants to be worried, the plan that wants to be planned, the conversation that wants to be replayed and rewritten. Each one arrives feeling urgent, feeling like something you must take up and handle right now. And the practice, the wealthy practice, is to let each one drift past untouched, to notice it without seizing it, to say gently, "Not now, not you, you can pass." You are not obligated to engage a single thought that comes to you in the dark. Let them all alone. Let them drift by like leaves on moving water and grow richer with every one you let go. Underneath all of Thoreau's thinking about wealth lies a single hard fact, that the day works very hard to keep you from feeling, and that the quiet hour finally lets you feel. Time is the only wealth that cannot be earned back. You can lose money and make it again. You can lose possessions and replace them. You can lose almost anything the world calls wealth and recover it with enough effort. But the hours of your life, once spent, are gone permanently, with no possibility of return, and this is precisely why Thoreau measured the cost of everything in life rather than in dollars. He understood that to trade your irreplaceable hours for replaceable things out of habit without choosing is the worst bargain a person can make, and that most of us make it daily without ever noticing. This is not meant to alarm you in the dark. It is meant to do the opposite, to free you by clarifying what actually matters. If your hours are your only true and non-renewable wealth, then the most important question is not how to get more things, but how to spend your time on what you actually value, on the people and the work and the quiet that genuinely nourish you. And it means that this hour, right now, spent resting, is not wasted time, not lost productivity, but time spent on one of the most valuable things there is, the restoration of the one life you have. To rest is not to squander your hours. It is to honor them by keeping the self that lives them whole. Spend this hour freely on rest. It is among the wisest ways your time has ever been spent. Breathe. Let it alone. Let it all alone. Chapter 22. Still here. Are you still here with me in the dark? It is all right if you have drifted and drifted back and lost the thread and found it again. That is not a failure. That is exactly what this is for. The words are not here to be remembered. They are here to be a low, warm rail to rest your hand on while you go down. If you have been following closely, good. If you have been half dreaming, letting the sound of it carry you, that is just as good, better even. You do not have to keep up. There is no test in the morning. I ask only so that I can remind you here at this middle point of the night that there is nowhere else you need to be and nothing else you need to do. We are perhaps a third of the way down the long slope towards sleep, and the whole rest of it is downhill and gentle, and you can let the rail do more of the work from here. Thoreau, near the middle of his time at the pond, wrote that he had learned this at least by his experiment, that if one advances confidently in the direction of his dreams and endeavors to live the life which he has imagined, he will meet with a success unexpected in common hours. He will put some things behind, will pass an invisible boundary. New, universal, and more liberal laws will begin to establish themselves around him. An invisible boundary. He felt himself cross one out there, somewhere in the quiet months. The place where the old anxious rules stop applying and something more spacious takes over. You are near such a boundary now, every night, the one between the day's hard grip and the soft letting go of sleep, and the crossing of it cannot be forced, only allowed. So let this be the reminder, the gentle hand on your shoulder at the middle of the descent. You are doing it right. There is no right. You are exactly where you are supposed to be, which is here, in the dark, breathing, with a long quiet still ahead of us, and nothing in it that you have to carry. Settle a little deeper. Let the pillow have more of the weight. We have hours yet, and they are all downhill from here. Notice, if you can, how much has already changed since the first hour, since the loud beginning when the house went quiet and you did not. Your breath has lengthened without your trying to lengthen it. Your body has grown heavier against the bed. The thoughts that came so fast and so sharp at the start have begun to slow, to soften at their edges, to lose a little of their urgent grip. You did not force any of this. It happened the way the pond goes, still, on its own, the moment you stopped stirring the water. This is the proof, quiet and physical, that the settling is real, that it works, that you do not have to make it happen, only allow it, only stop preventing it, and it comes. From here the slope is gentler, and you can let go of even the small effort of following along. The words will keep coming, low and warm, but you do not have to hold on to them anymore. Let them blur, if they want to blur. Let the meaning matter less and the sound matter more. The way a child half asleep stops hearing the words of a story and hears only the comfort of the voice. You are past the hardest part now. The climb down has become a drift, and all that is left for the long, sweet remainder of the night is to keep letting go, a little more with each breath, while the voice goes on beside you, and the dark holds you, and the slope carries you gently down. Breathe. Still here, still held, still going gently down. Chapter 23. The sound of your own walking. When Thoreau was not at his bean rows or his desk, he walked. And he walked the way most of us have forgotten how to walk, and there is rest in his walking that I want to give you tonight. He wrote a whole essay about it, and he used an old word, sauntering, and gave it a half-true, wholly lovely origin. He said it might come from idle people who in the Middle Ages roved about the country and asked charity under pretense of going to the Holy Land à la Sainte Terre, until the children called them Sainte Terres, saunterers, Holy Landers. To saunter, then, was to walk as if every place were the Holy Land, as if the destination were everywhere and therefore nowhere, as if the walking itself were the whole point. He would set out in the afternoon with no particular goal, 4 hours, sometimes more, across the fields and through the woods around Concord, and the walk was not exercise, and it was not transport, and it was certainly not measured in steps by any device. It was a way of being in the world. He went slowly enough to see. He noticed the particular tree, the specific bird, the exact quality of the November light. He let his legs carry his body while his mind unclenched and wandered alongside, and things came to him out there on foot that never came at the desk. The body in gentle motion, the eyes on the actual world, the mind off its leash. We have lost this almost completely, and our minds are starving for it. When we move now, we move to arrive fast, eyes on a screen, the walk merely the dead time between 2 points. We have no sauntering left, no slow, purposeless motion through the actual world, and so the mind never gets its quiet wandering, never gets to unclench in the way that only walking seems to unclench it. You are lying still now, and that is right for this hour, but I want you to borrow the inner quality of the saunter, because it is exactly the quality that lets sleep come, the unclenching, the lack of destination. The willingness to let the mind drift across the landscape of itself without trying to get anywhere. You are not trying to reach sleep the way you reach a meeting, on time, by force. You are sauntering toward it, slowly, as if the dark itself were the Holy Land, as if there were nowhere to arrive and nothing to do but go gently on. No destination, no hurry. Just the slow drift through the dark, the way he drifted through the November fields, at peace, in no rush, home in every step. There is real wisdom now, even in the science of the mind, about why walking did for Thoreau what sitting at a desk could not. When the body moves at a gentle, unhurried pace, and the eyes rest on the natural world, the grasping, problem-solving part of the mind loosens its grip, and a quieter, more associative kind of thinking takes over, the kind from which insight and ease and a sense of proportion arise. This is why so many thinkers and writers across history have been walkers, why solutions arrive on the path that would not come at the desk, why a troubled mind so often feels clearer after a long, slow walk through trees. The walking does not solve the problem by effort. It dissolves the grip that was keeping the problem stuck, and in the loosening, the answer or the peace simply appears. You are not walking now, but the same loosening is what sleep requires, and the same loosening is what you are inviting. The grasping mind, the one that has been gripping all day, problem after problem, must let go of its grip for sleep to come, and it lets go not by force but by exactly the kind of drift that walking produces, the mind wandering gently across its own landscape with no destination, no urgency, no need to arrive anywhere or solve anything. So let your thoughts saunter now, the way his feet sauntered through the November fields. Let them wander where they like, slowly, with no goal, following one soft association to the next, going nowhere, in no hurry, until the grip loosens entirely and the wandering becomes drifting, and the drifting becomes the edge of a dream. Breathe, saunter, down. There is nowhere to arrive. You are already there. Chapter 24, Attention. Simone Weil, a French philosopher who lived a century after Thoreau and who, like him, gave away nearly everything and died young, wrote a line that could serve as the secret motto of his whole life at the pond. Attention, she wrote, is the rarest and purest form of generosity. The rarest and purest form of generosity. Not money, not even time, exactly. Attention. The simple, difficult act of fully attending to something or someone, of giving them your whole undivided notice, which is in fact the giving of yourself. Because your attention is your life, moment by moment, and where it goes is where you go. This is what Thoreau practiced at Walden more than any other single thing, though he called it observation or living awake. He attended, he gave the pond his whole notice, and the beans, and the woodchopper, and the changing light, and in return they gave him a world so rich that he could fill hundreds of pages with the contents of 2 square miles and 2 short years. He was not richer in experiences than his neighbors. He was richer in attention. He noticed what they walked past. The same world lay open to everyone in Concord. He simply looked. Weil understood, and Thoreau lived, that attention is also the deepest thing we can give another person. To listen to someone with your whole self, not waiting to speak, not half on your phone, not already forming your reply, but truly attending, is one of the rarest gifts in the world, and almost everyone is starving for it. We mistake many things for love, but a great deal of what love actually is, in practice, is sustained attention. The willingness to keep noticing someone year after year instead of letting them blur into the furniture. And here is the part for you tonight. The gentlest possible application. The same attention that you could give a pond or a friend, you can give to your own body now, in the dark. Not the anxious, scanning, what is wrong kind of attention, the generous kind, the kind that simply notices with warmth, without trying to change anything, the weight of your hands, the slow rise of the breath, the places that are tired, the places that are already beginning to soften. To attend to yourself this way kindly is a form of generosity too, perhaps the one most of us have most neglected, the generosity we have given everyone but ourselves. So be generous with yourself now. Give yourself your whole, warm, undemanding attention. Notice the body letting go. That noticing is the rarest gift, and tonight you are giving it at last to you. Jiddu Krishnamurti, who taught in the century after Weil, spent his long life pointing at one thing above all, a particular quality of attention he sometimes called choiceless awareness. He meant a way of observing what is, the world, the mind, the moment, without immediately judging it, labeling it, or trying to change it. Most of our attention is not really attention at all, but a kind of constant evaluation, a ceaseless sorting of everything into good and bad, want and do not want, like and dislike, so that we almost never simply see a thing as it is before we are already reacting to it. Krishnamurti taught that there is a deep peace available in attention that drops the judging, that simply watches, simply notices, simply allows what is to be what it is, without the exhausting overlay of preference and resistance. This is the very thing that lets a restless mind rest. Because the sleeplessness is so often made of resistance, of fighting what is, of judging the wakefulness as bad and wrong and unbearable, of struggling against the very state you are in, which only deepens it. The choiceless awareness Krishnamurti pointed to offers another way. To simply notice, without judgment, that you are awake, that the mind is active, that the body is tired, and to let all of it be exactly as it is, without resistance, without the fight. The wakefulness you stop fighting loses its grip. The mind you stop judging begins to quiet. Attention without resistance, awareness without struggle, simply watching the breath rise and fall, the thoughts come and go, the body grow heavy, allowing all of it, resisting none of it. That allowing is itself the doorway. That gentle, judgmentless attention is the softest and surest way down. There is a quiet grief hidden in this idea, and a quiet hope, and both belong here in the dark. The grief is that we so often stop truly seeing the people closest to us. The ones we love most become the ones we attend to least, because they are always there, familiar, taken for granted, blurred by habit into the background of our days, so that we can share a house with someone for years and slowly stop actually looking at them, stop giving them the fresh, full, curious attention we once gave so easily. Weil understood that this withdrawal of attention is the quiet death of so much love, not a dramatic ending, but a slow fading of notice, until two people are living side by side and no longer really seeing each other at all. The hope is that attention can always be given again, freshly, at any time, and that doing so is one of the most quietly powerful acts of love available to a person. To look tomorrow at someone you have stopped seeing and really see them, as if for the first time the particular face, the particular voice, the whole particular person who has been there all along, blurred by your own inattention. You cannot do that tonight, and you do not have to, but you can let the wish for it form softly at the edge of sleep. The wish to bring fresh attention back to the people you love, to stop letting them blur, to see them again. And for now, you can turn that same fresh and tender attention onto yourself, the one you have perhaps seen least of all, and let it be the gentlest of company as you go down. Breathe. Attend gently to your own going down. It is a kind of love. Chapter 25. The River. Let me bring another voice in beside Thoreau for a while, because they were saying the same thing across a century and an ocean, and hearing them together makes the thing easier to feel. The voice is Hermann Hesse, who wrote a small book called Siddhartha about a man who spends his whole life searching for peace in wealth, in pleasure, in renunciation, in everything, and finds it at last only when he stops searching and sits beside a river and learns to listen. The river becomes his teacher, and the central lesson it teaches him, the thing that finally quiets his long unrest, is about time. The river, Siddhartha realizes, is everywhere at once, at its source and its mouth and every point between, all at the same moment. For the river, there is only the present. It does not flow from a past it regrets toward a future it fears. It simply is, fully, here, now, always, and the man watching it understands that his suffering came almost entirely from living everywhere except where the river lives. From dragging the past behind him and reaching for the future ahead, so that he was never actually present in the one place life ever happens, which is now. Thoreau, beside his pond, knew this without needing a river to say it. In eternity, he wrote, "There is indeed something true and sublime, but all these times and places and occasions are now and here." God himself culminates in the present moment and will never be more divine in the lapse of all the ages. He meant that the present is not a thin little slice between a vast past and a vast future. The present is the only place that is real. The past is memory, the future is imagination, and both of them are happening when they happen at all, now. There has never been a moment that was not this one. This is not abstract, not at this hour. Consider what actually keeps you awake. It is almost never the present. The present, right now, is fine. You are warm, you are safe. Nothing is wrong in this exact instant. What keeps you awake is the past replayed and the future rehearsed. The argument that is over. The day that has not come. You are suffering, like Siddhartha before the river, from being everywhere except here. And the cure is not to win the argument or solve the future. The cure is to come back to the river, to the pond, to the present, which is the only place rest exists. Right now, here, in this breath, there is no problem. Feel that, not a solved problem, the absence of one. In this exact moment, Nothing is required, nothing is wrong, nothing is missing. The river is only ever here. So are you, if you let yourself be. St. Augustine, writing his Confessions 1600 years ago, circled the same mystery of time and could not stop marveling at it. The past, he saw, exists only as memory, held in the present. The future exists only as expectation, held in the present. Neither the past nor the future has any existence of its own anywhere except as a kind of activity happening now in the mind. There is, in the most literal sense, only ever the present, an endless, moving now. And all our living, all of it, has only ever happened there. And yet, he confessed, his own restless heart was forever fleeing the present, dragging itself through old regrets and future fears, anywhere but the one place that actually existed and the one place he came to believe, where peace could finally be found. Our heart is restless, he wrote, until it rests. You feel the truth of this in your own restless heart tonight, fleeing the present into the replayed past and the rehearsed future, anywhere but here. And the medicine is the same one Augustine found, the same one Siddhartha found at the river, the same one Thoreau found at the pond. To come back again and again to the only moment that is real. Not to win the past or solve the future, but simply to return, gently, to now, where, if you actually check, you will find that nothing is wrong. The bed is soft, the dark is kind, the breath is moving on its own. In this present, this exact now, there is no problem at all, and the restless heart, when it finally stops fleeing and comes home to the present, finds there the rest it was chasing everywhere else. There is a quiet trick the mind plays with the future that is worth seeing clearly, here in the dark. The mind treats the future as a place it can reach, a destination where things will finally be settled, where you will finally arrive and rest. When this is done, when that is achieved, when the situation resolves, then there will be peace. But the future, the actual lived future, never arrives as the future. It only ever arrives as another present, another now, exactly like this one, with its own unfinished things and its own reaching toward a still further future. You have been moving toward the future your whole life and have never once arrived there. Because there is no there. There is only here, arriving again and again, forever. This sounds like it might be discouraging, and it is, in fact, the deepest relief there is. Because it means that the peace you keep deferring to some arranged future moment was never going to be found there, in a place that does not exist, and that it can only ever be found here, in the one moment that is real, the present, which is available right now, tonight, without waiting for anything to be finished or solved. You do not have to reach the future to rest. You could not reach it if you tried. You can only ever rest here, in the present, which is, mercifully, the one place you already are, and always have been, and always will be. So stop traveling toward a future that will never arrive, and come all the way back into the only moment there has ever been, the one you are in. which asks nothing of you now but to rest, breathe. Come back to the only moment there is. It is enough. It is always enough. Chapter 26. What the Ancients Whispered. Thoreau read the old Stoics, and they sit naturally beside him, 3 or 4 quiet voices from the ancient world, saying, in their own words, what the man at the pond was saying in his. Let them speak to you for a while. There is comfort in how old this wisdom is, how many tired people across how many centuries it has already carried into sleep. Seneca, the Roman, wrote that it is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste a great deal of it. Life is long enough, he said, and a sufficiently generous amount has been given to us for the highest achievements. If it were all well invested, he was not scolding, he was consoling. He was saying that the problem was never that there is too little time. The problem is what we let lay claim to the time we have. The same insight as Thoreau's cost of a thing, dressed in a toga 1500 years earlier. Marcus Aurelius, an emperor who wrote private notes to himself at night by lamplight in a military tent, told himself each morning to think of what a precious privilege it is to be alive, to breathe, to think, to enjoy, to love. An emperor with the whole world's weight on him, reminding himself in the dark that the simple fact of being alive at all was a privilege, was enough, was a gift not to be squandered in anxiety. If he could find that in a war tent, you can find a little of it here, in a warm bed. And Lao Tzu, older still, from the other side of the world, wrote that water is the softest thing, yet it can penetrate mountains and earth. The soft overcomes the hard, the yielding overcomes the rigid. He pointed always at water as Thoreau pointed at his pond, because water teaches the deepest lesson of rest, which is that softness is not weakness, that the way through is not always to push harder, but sometimes to yield, to flow, to stop fighting the shape of things and move with it instead. Hear them whispering together across the centuries, all of them pointing the same way. Do not waste the life you have on imagined troubles. Treat the bare fact of being alive as the privilege it is. And learn from water that yielding is its own kind of strength. None of these are new. That is their comfort. Every restless soul who ever lived has needed them, and they have always been here, waiting, patient as the pond. You do not have to hold these. Let them wash over you like the sound they are. Old voices, kind, unhurried, saying, rest, saying, enough, saying, you may set it down. There is one more of these old voices I want to bring into the room, because his circumstances make his calm almost unbearably moving. Boethius was a Roman statesman who, near the end of the ancient world, fell from great height to a prison cell, condemned to death on a false charge, stripped of everything, awaiting execution. And there, in the cell, with nothing left, he wrote a book that would console Europe for the next 1,000 years. A conversation between himself and a figure he called Lady Philosophy, who comes to him in the dark and reminds him of what cannot be taken away. She shows him the wheel of fortune, always turning, lifting people up and casting them down. And she teaches him not to set his peace on anything the wheel can reach, on wealth or status or even safety, but to find it instead in what is within, in the mind, in wisdom, in the part of a person that no prison and no sentence can touch. That a condemned man in a cell could find and give to the world a peace this deep is one of the great, quiet facts of human history. And it is worth resting your whole weight on tonight, because whatever is pressing on you, whatever fear or loss or uncertainty you carried into the dark, it is almost certainly less than a cell and a death sentence. And Boethius found peace even there, even then, by turning his attention away from the turning wheel and toward the still center within. That still center is in you too, untouched by anything the day has done to you, untouched by anything tomorrow might bring. The wheel turns and turns, lifting and dropping, but the quiet center does not move, and you can rest there now, as he rested there, in the one place fortune cannot reach. Epictetus, who began his life as a slave and became one of the wisest of the Stoics, gave the restless mind perhaps its single most useful tool, and it belongs here in the dark. Some things, he taught, are within our power, and some things are not. Within our power are our own judgments, our own choices, our own responses. Not within our power are most of the things we spend our lives worrying about: what other people do, what has already happened, what the future holds, the outcomes we cannot control, no matter how hard we grip them. And nearly all human suffering, he saw, comes from confusing the two, from pouring our anxious effort into the things we cannot change while neglecting the one thing we can, which is the spirit we bring to what comes. Lying here in the dark, almost everything the mind reaches for falls into the second category, the not within our power. The thing already said or done. The outcome that will arrive, whether you fret or not. The behavior of other people, off in their own lives, entirely beyond your reach. End quote. Epictetus would tell you, gently, to release all of it, not because it does not matter, but because it is not yours to hold, and the holding only suffers you without changing anything. What is yours, the only thing that is ever truly yours, is how you meet it. And tonight, the wisest meeting is simply to rest, to release the whole vast category of the uncontrollable into the dark, and to keep only the one small thing within your power, which is to breathe and soften and let go. Breathe. The old ones are still here, still whispering the same gentle thing. Soften, yield, be alive, and let that be enough. Chapter 27, The Imagined Troubles. I want to stay with one of Seneca's lines, because it names the precise machinery of the sleepless mind better than almost anything written since. We suffer more often in imagination than in reality. More often in imagination than in reality. Think of how exactly true that is of this hour. The thing that has you tense right now, the conversation you are dreading, the outcome you are bracing for, the worst case your mind keeps building in the dark, has not happened. It exists nowhere but in imagination. And yet your body is responding to it as if it were here, the heart a little quick, the muscles a little ready, the breath a little high, all of it mobilized against an enemy that is not in the room, that may never arrive, that lives entirely inside your own forecasting. This is the cruelest trick the mind plays, and it plays it hardest at night when there is nothing real to deal with. And so the mind, which evolved to solve problems, goes looking for them, and finding none in the dark room, manufactures them out of the future. It rehearses disasters, it pre-suffers. It pays in advance and in full for troubles that mostly never come, and even for the few that do, the prepayment buys nothing, changes nothing, prevents nothing. It is pure loss, suffering with no purchase, and Seneca saw it clearly 2,000 years ago and named it for us so we would not think we were the first. Thoreau, in his way, said the same. He noticed how much of human worry was spent on what he called the fables of necessity, things people believed they had to fear or fret over, that, examined in daylight, simply were not so. Most of what oppresses us, both men understood, is not the weight of what is, but the far greater weight of what we imagine might be. So here is something you can actually do, lying here, and it is not to argue with the worry, because the worry does not listen to argument at this hour. It is simply to notice the difference between imagination and reality, and to keep returning again and again to what is actually real right now. Not the imagined conversation, but the real pillow. Not the forecasted disaster, but the real warmth of the blanket. Not the future that does not exist, but the breath that does. Every time the mind drags you into the imagined, you walk yourself back to the real, gently, the way Thoreau walked back to his bean row. The real, right now, is soft and safe and quiet. Only the imagined is frightening, and the imagined is not here. Come back to what is real. There is nothing in it to fear. Montaigne, in his Tower, put the same truth in a wry and gentle line that has comforted readers for centuries. My life, he wrote, in effect, has been full of terrible misfortunes, most of which never happened. He was laughing softly at himself, at the human mind, at the way we suffer the disasters of our imagination so much more often and more vividly than the actual troubles of our actual lives. If you could somehow add up all the dread you have spent over the years, all the bracing for things that never came, all the rehearsed catastrophes that quietly dissolved unrealized, you would find you had paid out a fortune in suffering for goods that were never delivered. And the strange mercy is that even knowing this rarely stops the mind from doing it again tomorrow, which is why it must be met not with frustration, but with patience, the same patience you would show a frightened child who keeps seeing shapes in the dark. So be that gentle with your own frightened mind tonight. When it builds its disasters, do not argue with it, and do not scold it for building them. Simply notice, softly, that this is imagination, not reality, that this is the mind doing the old thing it does, seeing shapes in the dark, and that you do not have to believe the shapes or follow them. You can say to the frightened part of yourself, the way you would say to a child, I know it feels real, but look, Here is the actual room. Here is the actual bed. Here is the actual breath. And all of it is safe. Most of what we fear never happens. And the small portion that does, we will meet far better rested than afraid. For now, there is only the real, soft dark, and nothing in it to fear. Breathe. In reality, right now, you are safe. The rest is only weather in the mind, and weather passes. Chapter 28. The question under the question. Let me ask you something very softly, and you do not have to answer, and you certainly do not have to answer tonight. Underneath the particular worries, the specific tasks and frets that the mind throws up, there is often a single quieter question, the one all the noise is partly there to keep you from hearing. It is different for each person, but it usually sounds something like this. Am I living the life that is actually mine? Or some nights, gentler and sadder. When did I last feel truly awake? Or simply, is this it? I raise it here, at this second resting point in the long descent, not to trouble you but for the opposite reason. Because that question, the deep one under the day's small ones, is not an enemy. It is the most alive thing in you. It is the same question that sent a young man to a pond with an axe, the same one Seneca and the emperor and the river were all circling. It is not a sign that your life is wrong. It is a sign that something in you is still awake enough to ask, and that is good news, the best news, because the only people who stop asking are the ones who have fully resigned, and you have not. Or you would not be the kind of person who listens to something like this in the dark. So if that question has been moving under the surface tonight, let it be there without rushing to answer it. You do not solve such a question at 1 a.m. You only keep it company. You let it know it has been heard, and then you rest, because the answer to the deep question is never found in a sleepless night. It is found slowly, in the deliberate days that follow, one small, honest choice at a time, the way Thoreau found his, not in a flash but over months beside the water. For now, the kindest and wisest thing you can do with the deep question is exactly what you are doing. Let it surface, acknowledge it, and then turn gently back towards sleep, trusting that a rested mind meets these things far better than an exhausted one. You are not abandoning the question by sleeping. You are getting ready to live it. We are well past the middle now, going down the far slope toward the deepest part of the night. Let the question rest beside you, a quiet companion, no longer demanding, simply present. And let yourself go further down. It may help to know that the great thinkers we have been walking among did not answer this question once and for all, and then move on. They lived inside it all their lives. Thoreau was still asking it at his desk in his last years, still turning it over, still refining what it meant to live deliberately. The question is not a problem you solve and file away. It is a companion you walk with, a kind of lifelong friend who keeps you honest, who keeps you from sliding back into the half-sleep, who asks gently, every so often, are you still awake in your own life? Are you still here? A person who keeps that question alive, even unanswered, even unanswerable, is already living more deliberately than a person who has stopped asking, because the asking itself is a form of being awake, so do not be troubled that you cannot answer it tonight, or this year, or perhaps ever, not fully. The answer was never the point. The keeping of the question alive is the point, and you are keeping it alive simply by letting it surface here in the dark instead of drowning it in noise the way the day is built to do. That is enough. That is, in fact, the whole of it. To carry the question gently, to let it walk beside you through your life, to return to it now and then in the quiet hours and ask, "Am I awake? Am I here? Is this mine?" And then, having asked, to rest, trusting that the living of the question is itself the deliberate life, and that a rested heart lives it far better than a sleepless one. Breathe. The question can sleep too. It will still be there kindly in the morning when you are stronger. Chapter 29, The Night in Jail. There is a famous night in Thoreau's life that did not happen at the pond, and it tells you something essential about the man, and oddly, it can help you rest, so let me tell it gently. While he was living at Walden, Thoreau walked into town one day and was arrested. His offence was that he had refused for several years to pay a small tax, the poll tax, because he would not give his money to a government that was waging what he considered an unjust war against Mexico. Far worse, that protected and enforced slavery. He would not be complicit even by a few coins, and so he refused, and so he was put in the Concord jail for a night. It was only one night. Someone, probably an aunt, paid the tax for him against his wishes, and he was released, annoyed to be let out the next morning. But out of that single night came an essay that changed the world far more than most lifetimes do. He called it Civil Disobedience, and in it he argued that a person's first loyalty is to their own conscience, not to the law, and that when the law commands you to be the agent of injustice to another, then the law must be broken peacefully, openly, and the penalty accepted. Under a government which imprisons any unjustly, he wrote, the true place for a just man is also a prison. That single essay, written by a man who spent one mild night in a small-town jail, would later be read by Gandhi in South Africa and India, and by Martin Luther King in America, and would help to shape two of the great non-violent movements in human history. The quiet man at the pond, through one act of conscience and one clear essay, reached across a century and helped free millions he would never see. I tell you this tonight for a reason that has to do with rest. The same man who taught us to simplify, to let things alone, to step back from the noise, was not passive, was not a man who looked away from the world's pain. His solitude made him braver, not safer. The clarity he found at the pond was exactly what let him see the great wrong of his age plainly and refuse it at real cost. Quiet and courage were not opposites in him. The quiet was where the courage came from. So do not fear that the peace you are seeking tonight will make you soft or passive or less. The deepest rest does the opposite. It clears you. It returns you to yourself. And a self returned to itself is steadier, braver, more able to do the right hard thing when the morning calls for it. Rest is not retreat, it is preparation. Sleep well and you will meet what is real in your life more truly, not less. There is a peace that comes specifically from integrity, from the alignment of a person's actions with their conscience, and Thoreau had it in unusual measure, and it is worth understanding because so much of what keeps people awake is its absence. When a person acts against their own deepest sense of what is right, when they stay silent where they should have spoken, or went along where they should have refused, or betrayed in some small daily way the person they know themselves to be, a quiet dissonance sets in, a low friction between the self and its own conduct. And that friction is one of the things that hums under the surface in the dark and will not let the mind settle. Thoreau slept well, by all accounts, partly because he had arranged his life so that he rarely had to act against his conscience. He paid for that alignment with a night in jail and a lifetime of being thought strange, but the price bought him something precious, a self he did not have to flee from in the quiet hours. This is not a reproach here in the gentle dark, only an observation that may help you understand your own rest and aim your own deliberate days. To the degree that you can bring your life into alignment with your own conscience, to the degree that your days are spent in ways you can stand behind, the nights grow quieter because there is less friction humming under the surface, less of the self to flee. It is one more reason the deliberate life and the restful night are connected, one more way that how you live by day shapes how you sleep by night. But none of that is tonight's work. Tonight, you may simply rest in whatever alignment you already have, and trust that a rested self will be better able tomorrow to live in a way it can stand behind. There is an old plain saying that a clear conscience is the softest pillow, and Thoreau's life gives it real weight. So much of what keeps people turning in the dark is not the world pressing in from outside, but something pressing up from inside. The small unease of a self that is, in some quiet way, at odds with itself, carrying things unsaid, unfaced, unaligned. We rarely name this directly, but it hums under many a sleepless night, the low friction of a person who has not quite been able to be, by day, who they know themselves to be. Thoreau arranged his life at real cost, so that he could lie down at peace with his own conduct, and that peace was worth more to his rest than any comfort. You do not have to settle anything tonight, and the dark is not the place to hold yourself to account. But there is comfort in knowing the direction that leads toward easier nights, and it is simply this, that a life brought a little more into line with your own conscience, day by day, is a life that sleeps a little easier, because there is less friction humming under the quiet. For now, though, let even that go. Whatever is unaligned can be tended in the deliberate days ahead, gently, without harshness. Tonight, you may simply set down the whole weight of self-judgment. Offer yourself the same mercy you would offer a tired friend, and rest on whatever clear conscience you have, which is softer than you think. Breathe. Let the deep quiet make you clear and strong and ready while you rest. Chapter 30. The Two Kinds of Quiet. There are two kinds of quiet, and most of us have only ever known one. And the difference is the whole reason this hour can feel so strange. Let me give you the second kind, the one Thoreau lived in, because it is the one that lets you sleep. The first kind of quiet is mere absence of sound. The noise stops, but you are still braced, still humming, still ready for the noise to start again. This is the quiet of the held breath, the quiet of waiting, the quiet you feel when the house finally goes still, but you do not, because your nervous system has not yet been told that the day is over. It is silence on the outside and storm on the inside, and it is, for many people, exactly what insomnia is made of. The world has gone quiet, and you cannot match it. The second kind of quiet is different in nature, not degree. It is not the absence of sound, but the presence of peace. It is a quiet that comes from the inside out, a settling of the whole self, a sense that there is nothing to brace against because nothing is coming, that you may fully, finally let down. This was the quiet Thoreau found at Walden, and notice that he found it in a place that was not actually silent at all. There were birds, wind, the trains, the woodchopper's axe, the ice cracking on the pond at night with a sound like thunder. The pond was full of sound. What it was empty of was demand. Nothing out there wanted anything from him. And so inside him the bracing could stop, and the second kind of quiet could come, the deep kind, the kind that is really just the body and the mind agreeing at last that they are safe. That is what we have been doing all this long night, slowly, chapter by chapter. Not trying to force the first kind of quiet, the white-knuckle silence, but inviting the second kind, the deep peace, by removing, one at a time, the sense of demand. Nothing here wants anything from you. Not these words which ask only to carry you down. Not the dark which asks nothing at all. Not tomorrow which is not here and has no claim on this hour. You are in a place right now as free of demand as the shore of that pond, and so the bracing can finally stop. Feel the difference, if you can. Not just the absence of noise, but the beginning of peace. Not silence you are guarding, but quiet you are sinking into. The two kinds feel completely different in the body, and you are crossing, right now, from the first into the second, from the held quiet into the deep one. It helps to understand what the bracing actually is, because then you can stop taking it personally. Stop treating your own sleeplessness as a failure or a flaw. The bracing is your nervous system doing exactly what it evolved to do, staying alert to threat, keeping you ready, scanning the dark for danger. For almost all of human history, this was wisdom, even survival. The body that could not fully relax until it was certain it was safe was the body that lived. But your nervous system cannot tell the difference between an actual predator and a stressful email, between a real threat in the dark and a remembered argument or a looming deadline. It only knows alert or safe, and the modern day floods it with so many alarms that it gets stuck in alert, braced scanning, long after any real danger has passed, including now in a perfectly safe bed, in a perfectly safe room. So the work of the second kind of quiet is, in a sense, to convince an ancient and faithful guardian that it may finally stand down. And you do not do this by arguing with it, because it does not speak the language of argument. You do it by giving it the signals of safety it is waiting for, the slow breath, the heavy limbs, the warmth, the dark, the stillness, all the old bodily signs that say, in the only language the nervous system understands, there is no danger here. You may rest now. You have kept watch long enough. Feel yourself sending those signals now. The slowing breath, the softening muscles, the body sinking into the bed. Each one a quiet message to the faithful old guardian inside you. It is safe. The watch is over. You may finally, fully stand down. Breathe. Let the bracing stop. Nothing wants anything from you here. This is the quiet that lets you sleep. Chapter 31. The Ice. In winter, the pond froze, and men came to cut the ice. And out of that cold industrial business, Thoreau drew one of the most beautiful thoughts in the whole book. And it is a good thought to drift on. Teams of labourers would come out onto the frozen pond and cut the ice into great blocks with saws and horses and haul it away to be packed in sawdust and shipped to distant cities, even to distant countries, to cool the drinks of people who would never see Walden and never know the name of the small clear pond their ice had come from. Thoreau watched this with mixed feelings, the way he watched the train, seeing both the marvel and the loss. But then his mind did the thing his mind always did. It followed the ice outward, in imagination, all the way to its destinations, and arrived at a thought that dissolved every border. The pure Walden water, he wrote, is mingled with the sacred water of the Ganges. He imagined the ice from his small New England pond travelling across the oceans to India, melting at last into the great rivers of the East, mixing with the water where, as he knew from his beloved Bhagavad Gita, holy men had bathed for thousands of years. And so his pond, his small private morning pond, was secretly connected to the whole turning world, to the most ancient and distant waters, all of it one water in the end, all of it part of a single circulation that paid no attention to the lines men drew on maps. There is a deep comfort in this for the small hours, when a person can feel so separate, so alone, so cut off in the dark. Thoreau's ice reminds us that nothing is as separate as it seems. The water in your body has been the sea and rain and rivers you have never seen and will be again. The breath you are breathing has been breathed by everyone who ever lived. You are not a sealed island lying alone in the dark. You are a passing arrangement of the same water and air and warmth that runs through everything, briefly gathered into the shape of you, connected on every side to the whole of it. You are not separate. You never have been. The same quiet that is settling over your room tonight is settling over countless others. Over the whole turning half of the world that faces away from the sun right now, a vast shared darkness full of people letting go, just like you, into the same sleep. Let that hold you. You are one of many, tonight, going down into the same dark, part of the same water, the same breath, the same long human rest that has happened every night since there were nights. Stay a moment longer with the water itself, because there is comfort in the plain physical fact of it. The water moving through your body right now, in your blood, in every cell, is the same water that has been cycling through the world for billions of years, rising as vapor, falling as rain, running in rivers, resting in ponds, passing through countless living bodies and being given back, over and over, in an endless circulation that has no beginning you could point to and no end. The water that was once in Walden Pond is in the sea now, and in the clouds, and in the rain that will fall somewhere tonight, and some of it, across all that turning, is in you. You are not a thing apart from the world. You are the world, briefly gathered, a temporary and beautiful arrangement of borrowed water and borrowed air and borrowed warmth, on loan from the whole, and destined to be given gently back to it. There is nothing frightening in this, here in the dark. There is only belonging, the deepest kind, the belonging of a wave to the sea it rises from and returns to. You have never once been separate from the whole of things, not for a single instant, however alone you may have felt. You are held in the great circulation, part of it, made of it, and so is everyone you love, and so is everyone who has ever lived or will ever live. All of us the same water, the same breath, the same brief, warm gathering of the world into a self. Rest in that belonging tonight. You are not a lonely island in the dark. You are the ocean, taking the shape of a person for a little while, and the ocean does not have to do anything to be at peace. It only has to be what it is, and move as it moves, and rest when it rests. Breathe. You are not separate. You are part of all of it, and all of it is, right now, going gently to sleep. Chapter 32, The Loon. Not everything at the pond was solemn, and I do not want to give you a Thoreau who never laughed, because he did, and one of the times he laughed hardest was at a bird, and the story is a small delight to fall asleep inside of. There was a loon on the pond one autumn, a large diving bird with a wild echoing call, and Thoreau decided, more or less in play, to try to row close to it. The loon would have none of it. Every time he approached, it dived, and stayed under an impossibly long time, and surfaced somewhere he did not expect, far across the water, and looked at him, and gave its loud, strange, laughing cry, as if it found the whole chase enormously funny, which it clearly did. He rowed and rowed. The loon dived and dived, always one move ahead, always surfacing with that wild laugh, leading him in great circles across the pond until both of them, the man and the bird, seemed to be playing the same game, and Thoreau, the serious philosopher, was simply a person on a pond on an autumn afternoon, delighted, outwitted, laughing back at a bird. I love this chapter because it shows what the simplicity was actually for. It was not for grim self-denial. It was not so that he could be more productive or more disciplined or more impressive. It was for this. For the freedom to spend a whole golden afternoon chasing a loon for no reason at all, with nothing more pressing to do, present and playful, and fully alive in a way that the busiest, richest, most scheduled person in Concord could not have afforded. He had bought himself, with his radical simplicity, the most expensive thing there is: unhurried, purposeless, joyful time. When was your last loon? Your last wholly purposeless, delighted afternoon? Given to something that produced nothing and meant nothing and was simply, completely fun. For many of us, the honest answer is that it has been a very long time, that we have optimized the play out of our lives along with everything else, that even our rest has become a kind of task, scheduled and evaluated. And the loss of the Loon, the loss of pure play, is one of the quiet desperations, one of the ways a life goes grey without ever going wrong. You cannot chase a loon tonight, but you can carry the loon into sleep, the memory or the wish of it, the knowledge that a life can have such afternoons in it, that play is not childish but essential, that one of the things a quieter and simpler life makes room for is delight. Let that be a soft promise at the edge of the dark, that there can be loons again, that the point of putting things down is, in the end, to pick up joy. We have made play into something we think we have outgrown, a thing for children, beneath the serious business of an adult life. And this may be one of the quietest losses of all, because play, real play, the purposeless, delighted, absorbed kind, is not a luxury or a frivolity. It is one of the deepest forms of being alive, a state in which the self forgets its worries and its watching and is simply, joyfully here. Children live in it naturally. Animals return to it whenever they are safe and fed. And somewhere in the long climb into adult responsibility, most of us let it go almost entirely, traded it for productivity and seriousness and the endless management of our obligations, and called the trade maturity. Thoreau, chasing his loon across the autumn pond, had not made that trade. He had kept the child's capacity for delight alongside the adult's depth of thought, and that combination is rarer and more precious than either alone. You do not have to do anything with this tonight except let it soften something in you, some old belief that joy must be earned, that play must be deserved, that you may only rest and delight once everything is finished, which it never is. Thoreau's life says otherwise. It says that delight is not the reward at the end of a well-managed life, but part of what makes a life worth living in the first place, and that a person is allowed, even obligated, to keep some loons in their life, some pure, purposeless joy, some afternoons given to nothing but being gladly alive. Let that be a soft, warm promise as you drift, that there is delight waiting for you on the far side of the noise, and that you are allowed it, and that the putting down of the heavy things is, in the end, in service of picking up the light ones. Breathe. Somewhere a loon is laughing on a bright pond. Let it laugh you gently down into sleep. Chapter 33. The Room Behind the Room. Long before Thoreau, a Frenchman named Michel de Montaigne built a kind of cabin of his own, though his was a stone tower, and he said something about it that Thoreau would have understood completely, and that you can carry into the deepest part of tonight. Montaigne retired in his late 30s from public life to a round tower on his estate lined with books, and there he invented a whole new way of writing, the personal essay, simply by turning his attention onto himself and recording honestly what he found. And he wrote that we should keep for ourselves a little back shop, all our own, entirely free, in which to establish our real liberty and our principal retreat and solitude. A back shop. A room behind the room. a private inner space that belongs to no one but you, that no demand can enter, where you are finally and fully your own. The greatest thing in the world, Montaigne wrote, is to know how to belong to oneself. To belong to oneself. Not to be owned by the job, the role, the expectations, the endless claims of others, but to keep somewhere deep inside a self that is yours, unsold, unspoken for, free. Thoreau built that back shop out of actual wood beside an actual pond, but both men knew the real cabin was internal, a room in the self that you retreat to, where the noise cannot follow, where you remember who you are underneath everything that wants something from you. Here is the gift of it for this hour. You do not need a tower or a pond or even a quiet house to have your back shop. You carry it with you, always, this inner room, and you can step into it at will. And there is no better time than now, lying in the dark, to go there. It is the place behind all your roles. Behind the parent, the worker, the friend, the one who answers and provides and shows up. Behind all of those there is a quiet room, where you simply are, where you belong only to yourself, where nothing is required and no one is watching, and you can finally set down the whole performance of the day. Go there now. Step behind the room you are in, into the room behind it, the one that is only yours. It is small and warm and very quiet, and the door locks from the inside, and on the other side of that door the entire clamouring world has no standing at all. Here you belong to yourself. Here you can rest as only a person who belongs to themselves can rest. The thing that makes the inner room so precious is that it is the one space in your whole life that nothing external can take from you. Your outer rooms can be entered, disturbed, taken. Your time can be claimed, your space invaded, your peace interrupted by 1,000 things beyond your control. But the back shop, the room behind the room, is reachable only by you. No demand can cross its threshold uninvited. No role follows you in. No one can require anything of you there. It is the one perfectly private place in a life that is otherwise lived almost entirely in public, in response, on call. And the great mistake most of us make is to forget it exists, to live so entirely in the outer rooms, so continuously available to every external claim, that we lose the way back to the one room that was always only ours. Tonight you have found the way back, and the door is open, and you are inside. Feel how complete the privacy is. Here there is no one to be for, nothing to perform, no version of yourself to maintain. Here, the long day's effort of being a person in the world, of meeting expectations and managing impressions and holding it all together, can finally and completely stop. You can set down the whole performance, the entire weight of being seen, and simply be, alone, unwatched, unjudged, in the one room that belongs only to you. This is where the deepest rest lives, deeper than the rest of mere sleep, the rest of a self that has finally come home to its own private centre and locked the door gently against the entire clamouring world. Breathe. You are in the room behind the room now. It is yours alone. No one can follow you here. Rest. Chapter 34. The Flywheel. I want to bring in one more thinker, an American like Thoreau, and almost his countryman in time, because he understood something about how a life actually changes that can take all the pressure off you tonight. His name was William James, and he is sometimes called the father of American psychology, and he wrote, among many things, about habit. James called habit the great flywheel of society, the enormous steadying force that keeps us all doing tomorrow roughly what we did today. He saw that we are, far more than we like to admit, bundles of habits, that the self is largely a set of grooves worn by repetition, and that this is both our prison and, rightly understood, our freedom. Because if the self is made of habit, then the self can be remade, slowly, by laying down new habits, one repetition at a time, until the new groove is deeper than the old. This matters enormously for the person who lies awake feeling that their life has gone wrong and that fixing it would require some impossible total transformation. James, and Thoreau too, knew it does not work that way. You do not change a life all at once, by force of will, in a single dramatic act. Thoreau did not transform himself the day he walked to the pond. He laid down a new habit, day after day, morning after morning, of living deliberately, until the new way of being became as automatic as the old way had been. The flywheel that had been spinning him through an unexamined life could be slowed and gradually set spinning the other way, not by a heroic wrench, but by patient daily repetition. So if some part of you tonight has been quietly despairing that it is too late, that you are too set, too deep in the groove of a life you did not quite choose, hear the gentle science of it. You are made of habits, and habits can be relayed, and the relaying is not done by anguish at 1 a.m, but by small, repeated choices in the unremarkable days ahead. A single, deliberate morning, then another. The flywheel is heavy and turns slowly, but it does turn, and you have far more time and far more power to turn it than the despairing hour will admit. But none of that is for tonight. Tonight is not for turning the flywheel. Tonight is for rest, which is itself a habit worth laying down, the habit of letting the day end, of trusting the dark, of going down without a fight. Every night you do this, you wear the groove a little deeper, and sleep comes a little easier, until rest itself becomes automatic, a flywheel turning you gently toward the dark. There is a tenderness in this idea that I want to make sure reaches you, because the despairing hour is so quick to say it is too late. If the self is made of habits, of grooves worn by repetition, then nothing about you is fixed, nothing is final, nothing is the unchangeable verdict the dark likes to pronounce. The grooves can be reworn. The person you have been is not a sentence, but a momentum, and momentum can be redirected, slowly, kindly, by the patient laying down of new and gentler patterns. The harsh inner voice can be softened by the daily practice of a kinder one. The anxious reflex can be eased by the repeated experience of safety. The restless mind can learn over many nights the habit of rest. None of it happens by force or by a single heroic act of will. All of it happens the way water wears a channel, slowly, gently, by patient return. So be patient and gentle with yourself, the way you would be with anyone learning something difficult and slow. You are not failing if the old patterns are still strong tonight. You are simply early in the relaying of them, and the relaying takes time, and every single night that you practice rest, even imperfectly, even with the mind still half fighting, you wear the new groove a little deeper. This is not a night to grade yourself on. It is a night to practice gently. The habit you are building, the habit of letting go, of trusting the dark, of going down without a fight. You have already practiced it for hours. The groove is already a little deeper than it was. And tomorrow night it will be deeper still, and the night after, until rest, which feels so hard-won now, becomes simply what you do when the dark comes, as natural and automatic as breathing. If the self is made of habits laid down over years, then there is a particular kindness owed to the person you used to be, the one who laid down the old patterns in the first place. Because that earlier self was not foolish or weak. That self was doing the best it could with what it knew, building the habits that seemed to help, that got it through, that made sense at the time, even the ones that no longer serve you now. The anxious pattern was once a way of staying safe. The driven pattern was once a way of being loved. The walls were once a way of surviving. To look back at the person you were with contempt, to blame them for the grooves you are now trying to re-wear, only adds a fresh layer of harshness to an already tired self, and harshness has never helped anyone change. So as you lie here, laying down the gentler new habit of rest, do it with kindness toward the one who laid down the old ones. Forgive the earlier selves their imperfect patterns. They were doing their best. They got you here, to this night, where you are finally learning something gentler. That forgiveness is not weakness. It is the very warmth in which real change becomes possible, because a self that is met with kindness can soften and grow, while a self that is met with contempt only braces and defends. Be kind, then, to all the selves you have been, the way you would be kind to a struggling friend, and let that kindness be the soft ground in which the new habit of rest takes root, tonight, and grows. Breathe. You are laying down the habit of rest right now, one slow breath at a time. It gets easier. It is already easier. Chapter 35. What he was not running from. There is a way of misreading Thoreau, and most people fall into it at first, and clearing it away will help you rest. So let me set it straight in the quiet. The misreading is that he went to the woods to run away from people, from society, from the hardness of life, from responsibility. The lonely misfit, fleeing the world he could not handle. It is a tidy story, and it is almost entirely wrong. He told us himself plainly, in the most important sentence of the book, that he went to the woods not to flee life, but to find it. I went to the woods because I wished to live deliberately, to front only the essential facts of life, to front them, to face them, to meet life more directly, not less. He went toward life, not away from it. This is the difference between escape and retreat, and it is everything. Escape is running from something you cannot bear. Retreat in the old and honourable sense, is stepping back in order to see more clearly, to gather yourself, to return stronger. The soldier retreats to regroup, not to desert. The thinker retreats into solitude to find what the noise was hiding and then carries it back. Thoreau never deserted the world. He stepped back from it for 2 years and then walked right back into it, into the lectures and the anti-slavery work and the surveying and the family pencil business and the dense human life of Concord, carrying what the pond had taught him. And here is why this matters for you tonight, lying in the dark. Because the rest you are seeking is not an escape either, and it helps to know that. You are not fleeing your life by going to sleep. You are not avoiding your problems, or being weak, or giving up. You are retreating, in the honourable sense, into the deepest and oldest restoration there is, so that you can return to your actual life clearer and stronger in the morning. Sleep is not desertion. It is the nightly retreat that makes the daily advance possible. Every creature that has ever lived has made this retreat. It is not a failure to need it, it is the design. So let go of any sense that resting now is running away. You are not running from anything. You are doing what the wisest people across all of history have done, stepping back into the quiet so that you can meet what is real more truly when the light returns. Front the essential fact of this hour, which is simply that you are tired, and that rest is what tired creatures are meant to do, and that there is no shame and no escape in it, only the oldest wisdom there is. The poet Rainer Maria Rilke, writing letters to a young man who wanted everything resolved, and resolved now, offered a kind of patience that belongs here in the honourable retreat of the night. Be patient toward all that is unsolved in your heart, he wrote, and try to love the questions themselves. Do not seek the answers, which cannot be given you, because you would not be able to live them, and the point is to live everything. Live the questions now. Perhaps you will then gradually, without noticing it, live along some distant day into the answer. It is a radical gentleness, this, the permission to not have it all worked out, to carry the unresolved without forcing it, to trust that some things are lived into rather than thought through, slowly, over years, in their own time. The sleepless mind so often refuses exactly this patience. It wants the unsolved things solved now, tonight, in the dark, before it will permit rest, as though sleep were a reward it could only collect once everything was settled. But nothing important was ever settled at 1 a.m, and the demand to settle it is itself a kind of flight from the honourable retreat that sleep is meant to be. So let Rilke's patience be yours tonight. Let the unsolved things stay unsolved, held gently, loved even, as questions you are living rather than problems you must crack before dawn. You do not have to solve your life to be allowed to rest. You only have to set the questions down, tenderly, beside the bed, and trust that you will live your way toward their answers in the long, slow days ahead, not in this one tired night. Breathe. You are not fleeing. You are retreating into rest, the way the wise have always done, to return whole. Chapter 36. Why he stayed as long as he did. We are far down the slope of the night now, in the deep and quiet part, and I want to come back to the question I left open near the beginning, the small door at the far end. Why did he leave? He stayed at the pond, you will remember, for 2 years, 2 months, and 2 days, not 1 year, not 10. A particular, almost deliberate seeming length, and then he walked away from the life he had built so carefully and went back to town. And the strange thing, the thing that puzzles people, is that he was not driven out. He did not fail. He did not run out of money or beans or resolve. He left the experiment while it was still working, while he was, by every sign, content. Why? He gives us the answer himself, and it is one of the most quietly profound sentences in the book, and I'm going to hand it to you now, but let its full meaning unfold slowly over the last stretch of the night, the way it deserves. I left the woods, he wrote, for as good a reason as I went there. Perhaps it seemed to me that I had several more lives to live, and could not spare any more time for that one. Several more lives to live. Let that phrase rest in you for a while as we go down. He did not see the cabin as a final destination, a place to cling to once he had found peace there. He saw it as one life among the several he meant to live, a chapter complete that had taught him what it had to teach, after which the deliberate thing, the awake thing, was not to stay, but to move on to the next. To cling to even a good and peaceful life past its season would itself have been a kind of sleep, a settling, the very thing he had gone to the pond to escape. I will not unfold the whole of that yet. It connects, in the end, to the 3 chairs, and to the deep question under the questions, and to the very thing you are doing right now as you let this day go. But I want it planted in you as we descend into the deepest hours. The peace he found was not in holding on, it was in being willing to live a thing fully and then to let it go and turn and live the next. There is something in that about tonight, about how to release this day, this whole day you have been carrying, but let it come on its own, in its own time, as we go further down. There is a quiet courage in leaving a good thing well, and it is the same courage you need at the close of every day. Most of our holding on is fear dressed as devotion. We cling to what is finished because we are afraid there will not be more, afraid that if we let this go, nothing as good will come, and so we stay past the season, gripping a thing whose time has passed, and the gripping slowly sours what was once sweet. Thoreau trusted that there would be more. He let the pond be complete and turned toward the next of his lives without anxiety, because he believed deep down that life is generous, that one good season does not exhaust the supply, that letting go of one full thing simply makes room for another, that trust is the soil that all real letting go grows in. Carry that trust into the dark now. This day is complete, and you can let it go, not because it did not matter, but because it did fully and is finished, and there will be more days, several more, a whole unspent supply of them waiting past the edge of sleep. You do not have to hold this one. You do not have to grip it through the night for fear it was the last of something. Let it be complete, and trust, the way he trusted, that the letting go makes room, that tomorrow is coming generous and unspent, and that all you have to do tonight is loosen your hold on today and let yourself drift down toward the next of your several lives. Breathe. He left the woods because he had several more lives to live. Let that rest in you, unhurried, as you go down into the deep of the night. Chapter 37. The Journal. For most of his adult life, every day or nearly every day, Thoreau wrote in a journal, and the practice of it tells you more about how to live awake than any single one of his famous lines, so let us rest a while in the quiet discipline of it. The journal grew over the years into millions of words, far longer than everything he published, and most of it was not grand philosophy at all. It was attention recorded. The exact day the first ice appeared on the pond, the precise behavior of a particular hawk, the color of a certain sunset, the smell of the air before a certain rain, the way the light fell through a specific stand of trees in late October. He was, in a sense, keeping a ledger of his own noticing, a daily record proving to himself that he had in fact been awake and present for his life rather than sleeping through it. There is something deeply moving in this, and deeply instructive, because the journal was how he kept the deliberate life going after he left the pond. The cabin had been a place. The journal was a practice, portable, that he could carry into any setting, even back into the busy town, even into the years of surveying and lecturing and family obligation. Wherever he was, the daily act of stopping to notice and to record what he noticed kept him from sliding back into the half-sleep he feared. It was his way of fronting the essential facts, one ordinary day at a time, for the rest of his life. And the secret it reveals is that the awake life is not finally about where you are, but about how you attend. You do not need a pond, you need a practice of noticing. Thoreau proved you could live deliberately in the middle of an ordinary, obligated, unremarkable life, simply by refusing to let the days blur, by stopping daily to see one true thing and hold it. The ice came today. The hawk flew like this. The light was exactly that color. I was here. I did not sleep through it. You could do worse in the deliberate days ahead than to borrow his small practice. Not a grand reinvention. Just a daily moment of true noticing, one real thing seen and held, a quiet ledger proving to yourself that you are awake inside your own life. It asks almost nothing. It changes almost everything. It is the pond made portable, the cabin you can carry, the deliberate life reduced to its smallest and most faithful form. But that, too, is for the days. Tonight, there is nothing to notice and nothing to record. Tonight, the practice is the opposite, the laying down of attention, the letting the eyes close, the giving up of all noticing into the dark. You have noticed enough today. Now you may stop. What moves me most about the journal is its faith in the small and the ordinary. Thoreau did not wait for grand events worth recording. He recorded the first ice, the particular hawk, the exact color of an afternoon, the unremarkable miracles that most of us walk past 10,000 times without once seeing. And in doing so he discovered that the ordinary, attended to closely enough, is not ordinary at all, that a single pond and a single year, truly seen, contain more wonder than most people find in a lifetime of seeking the extraordinary somewhere else. The richness was never in the events. It was in the quality of the seeing. He proved, day after recorded day, that a fully attended ordinary life is a vast and sufficient thing. This is a quiet liberation, if you let it reach you, from the exhausting modern belief that your life must be remarkable to be worth living, that you must achieve and acquire and be seen, that the ordinary is a kind of failure to be escaped. Thoreau says gently, no, the ordinary, truly inhabited, is enough, more than enough. The life you already have, the actual one, with its small recurring wonders you have stopped noticing, is rich beyond measure the moment you begin to attend to it. You do not need a different life. You need only to wake up inside the one you have. But that, again, is for the days ahead. Tonight, the noticing is done, the journal is closed, and the only thing left to attend to is the soft, dark, ordinary miracle of your own rest. Breathe. The journal is closed, the day is recorded. You were here, now you may rest. Chapter 38. The Third Chair, again. I told you there was a deeper meaning in the third chair, the one for society, and we are ready for it now, in the deep quiet, because it completes something. Why does a person who has found peace in solitude need the third chair at all? Why return to the wider world with all its noise and demand once you have learned to be happy alone? Thoreau answers it with his whole life. Because the peace found in solitude is not finally for yourself, it ripens into something you owe back. The clarity he found at the pond did not stay at the pond. It became civil disobedience, read by Gandhi and King. It became the anti-slavery work, the sheltering of fugitives, the lectures, the surveying that fed his town. The first chair, solitude, made him whole. The third chair, society, was where the wholeness was spent, given back, made useful to others. This is the shape of a complete life, and it is worth carrying into sleep because it quietly answers the deep question we raised hours ago, the one about whether you are living a life that is truly yours. A life that is only the first chair, only solitude and self-tending, however peaceful, slowly curdles into something small. A life that is only the third chair, only output and service and the world's demands, with no solitude to feed it, burns out and goes hollow, which is most of us. The whole life moves between the chairs. It withdraws into solitude to become clear and full, and then it returns to society to give that fullness away, and then it withdraws again to be refilled, in a rhythm, a breathing, in and out, gather and give. All the days of a life. You have spent this whole night in the first chair, gathering, refilling, returning to yourself. And that is exactly right, because the first chair is the one our age has stolen from us, the one most of us most need to reclaim. But notice that the gathering is not selfish. You are not resting tonight only for your own sake. You are refilling a self that tomorrow will be poured out again, for the people who depend on you, for the work that is yours to do, for the world that needs you clear and steady and kind. The deep rest of the first chair is what makes the giving of the third chair possible and good. So rest without guilt, fully, greedily even, because this gathering is the source of everything you will have to give. The most generous thing you can do for everyone who needs you tomorrow is to rest completely tonight. Fill the well. The drawing of water is for later, and it is good, but it cannot happen from a dry well. Tonight you fill it. Tonight you sit, all the way down in the first chair. So many of the people who give the most are the worst at this, at the gathering, at the filling of their own well, and they pay for it slowly and then all at once. They pour and pour into their work, their families, their causes, their endless obligations, never pausing to be refilled, until one day the well runs dry and there is nothing left to give, and they cannot understand what happened, because they were only ever trying to be good. But you cannot pour from an empty vessel, and a self that never rests, never withdraws, never returns to the first chair to be replenished, does not become more generous over time. It becomes depleted, brittle, resentful, running on fumes, giving from a place of exhaustion that helps no one, least of all the ones it loves. The deepest generosity requires the deepest gathering. The two are not opposites. They are partners. If you are one of those who finds it hard to rest because rest feels selfish, because there is always more to do for others, hear this clearly in the dark. Your rest is not a theft from the people who need you. It is a gift to them. The most loving thing you can do for everyone who depends on you is to become, through deep rest, a person with something to give, instead of a depleted one running on empty. Tonight, you are not neglecting anyone by resting completely. You are refilling the well that all your giving draws from. So fill it without guilt, all the way to the top, greedily even, knowing that the fuller it is, the more there will be tomorrow for everyone you love. Breathe. Fill the well all the way with no guilt. The giving comes later. Tonight, you only gather. Chapter 39. Leaving deliberately. There is an art to ending a thing well, and Thoreau practiced it when he left the pond, and it turns out to be exactly the art you need at the end of a day. So let us rest in it as the night deepens. He did not leave the pond in failure, or in flight, or in the slow leaking away of a thing that has gone stale and is abandoned by neglect. He left it deliberately, on purpose, while it was still good, having decided that its season in his life was complete. He closed the chapter cleanly, with gratitude, without clinging, and turned to the next. That is a rare and difficult grace, the ability to end a good thing well, to let go of something precisely because you have received all it had to give, rather than holding on past its season out of fear. Most of us are bad at endings. We cling to what is over, or we let things trail off unfinished, half-released, so that they keep a hold on us long after they should have closed. We carry the unfinished day into the night exactly this way. We have not ended it deliberately. We have just stopped, midstream, with everything still open, still reaching, still demanding, and then we wonder why it follows us into the dark. The day has not been closed. It has only been interrupted. So let me offer you Thoreau's art now, applied to this day. Not to stop the day, but to end it, to close it deliberately, with a kind of ceremony, the way he closed the pond. The day is over. Not unfinished. Over. It gave what it had to give, the good and the hard, and now its season is complete, and you are letting it go, on purpose, with something like gratitude, even for the difficult parts, because they too are now finished and can teach without continuing to wound. You are not abandoning the day half done. You are ending it cleanly and turning, like Thoreau turning from the pond toward what comes next, which is rest, and then a new day, unspent. Feel the difference between a day interrupted and a day deliberately ended. The interrupted day clause, the ended day releases. You can choose right now to end this one fully, to say to it, in effect, you are complete, thank you, I am letting you go. And then to turn your back on it gently, without guilt, the way he walked up the path away from the water, not looking back. Several more lives waiting. The day is complete. Let it be complete. You have lived it. Now you may close the book on it and rest. There is a small ritual hidden in this that you can carry into every night, and it costs nothing and it works. Before sleep, instead of letting the day trail off into the dark still open and clamouring, you give it a deliberate close, a quiet inner gesture of completion. You might simply say to yourself, in the dark, this day is finished now. Whatever was good in it, I am grateful for. Whatever was hard in it, I set down. Whatever is left undone will wait for me, and I will meet it rested. It is done. A few words, an inner bow toward the day that is ending, and something in you that had been holding the day open, gripping it, refusing to let it be over, finally relaxes its hold, because the day has been properly closed, given its ending, allowed to be complete. We do this naturally for the large endings, the funerals, the farewells, the ceremonies that help a heart let go of what is over. But we almost never do it for the small ending that comes every single night, the ending of a day, and so our days pile up behind us unclosed, half-finished, still reaching, a long train of incomplete things we are still somehow carrying. Thoreau closed his pond chapter with a clean and grateful ending, and turned, and was free of it. You can close each day the same way, with the same clean, grateful turning, and be free of it, and go into the dark unburdened by a day that has been properly, deliberately, gently ended. Breathe. The day is deliberately ended. It is complete. You may turn now towards sleep. Chapter 40. Several more lives. Now we can let the deepest meaning of his leaving open all the way, here in the quietest part of the night, because you are ready for it, and it is the heart of how to release a day, a year, a whole self that has had its season. Several more lives. to live. When Thoreau said he left the woods because he had several more lives to live, he was naming the deepest truth about being alive, which is that we are not one fixed thing but a succession of selves, each with its season, each meant to be lived fully and then released so the next can come. The child you were had its life complete, and you released it to become the youth, who had its life and released it in turn, and so on, self after self. Each one whole, each one let go, all the way to the person lying here tonight. To refuse this, to cling to a self past its season, to try to stay forever in one life, even a good one, even a peaceful pond, is to stop the very motion that being alive consists of. And every night, in miniature, you practice this same letting go. The self that lived today, that woke and worked and worried and loved through these particular hours, has had its life, this one day's life, complete now. And the deliberate thing, the awake thing, the wise thing, is not to clutch at it, but to release it fully into the dark, trusting that a new self will rise with the morning, refreshed, ready for the next of your several lives. Sleep is the nightly rehearsal of the great letting go, the small daily practice of releasing a self that has had its season, so that a new one can come. This is why clinging keeps you awake, and releasing lets you sleep. When you lie here gripping the day, replaying it, refusing to let it be over, you are like a man refusing to leave a pond whose season is complete, holding a self past its time, and the holding is exhausting, and it works against the very rest you need. But when you can do what Thoreau did, when you can say, this day, this self has had its life, and it was enough, and now I release it, and turn, and trust the next, then the grip opens, and the day floats free, and you, lighter now, can finally go down. You have several more lives to live. Tomorrow is one of them, and the day after, and all the unspent days ahead. But none of them can come while you are still clutching this one. So release it now. This day had its life. It was enough. Let it go, the way he let the pond go, with gratitude, without fear, turning toward the next. There is a great tenderness in seeing your life this way, as a succession of selves rather than one fixed and final thing, because it means you are never trapped. The self that is tired tonight, the self that carried this particular day with all its particular weight, is not the whole of you and not the last of you. It is one self having its season, and it will be released into sleep, and a slightly new one will rise with the morning, and that one will have its season too, and be released in its turn. Nothing about you is finished. Nothing is fixed. You are not condemned to be forever exactly who you were today. You are a moving thing, a living succession, always quietly becoming the next of your several selves. And the dark you are sinking into now is simply where one self is gently set down so the next can come. So you can let this self rest now completely, the way you would tuck in a tired child who has done enough for one day. It does not have to solve anything more. It does not have to be anything more. It has lived its day fully, and now it may lay itself down and be released into the dark, with nothing held back, nothing clutched, nothing carried forward, but the simple trust that morning comes, and a new self with it, rested and ready for the next of your many lives. Let this one go now. It was enough, it did enough, it may rest. Breathe. This day has had its life. It was enough. Release it. Several more are waiting. Past the dark. Chapter 41. The Years After. Thoreau lived only about 15 years after he left the pond, and they were quieter years, less dramatic, and there is a deep peace in them that suits this hour. So let us rest in his later life a while. He did not become famous in his lifetime. Walden sold modestly. He never married, never grew rich, never won the wide recognition that came only long after his death. He went back to Concord and lived an outwardly ordinary life. He worked as a surveyor, measuring the boundaries of other men's land, walking the same fields he had always walked, now with a chain and a compass. He helped run the family pencil business and quietly improved it again. He gave lectures, some well-attended, some nearly empty. He spoke and worked against slavery with growing fierceness. And every day, or nearly, he kept his journal, kept noticing, kept living deliberately in the middle of an unremarkable life. There is something I find profoundly reassuring in this, especially at night, when the mind likes to measure a life by its visible achievements and find it wanting. Thoreau's later years were not a triumph by any worldly measure. They were modest, local, largely unrecognized, and they were, by every sign we have, deeply contented. He had learned at the pond the one thing that makes such a life not just bearable, but rich, which is how to be fully present in it, how to find the whole world in 2 square miles, how to be wealthy in the only currency that counts, which is awake, unhurried, attentive time. He did not need the fame. He had something the fame could not have given him. He had his own life, lived deliberately, fully inhabited, his. This is worth carrying into sleep, because so much of what keeps us awake is the gap between the life we have and some larger, brighter, more recognized life we feel we were supposed to have. Thoreau closes that gap gently, by showing that the richness was never in the recognition. It was in the quality of attention you bring to whatever life is actually yours. A surveyor walking the same old fields, noticing the light, keeping his journal, present, awake, content. That was the man who had cracked the code, and the code was never about achieving a remarkable life. It was about being remarkably awake inside an ordinary one. Your life, the actual one, the one you will return to in the morning, is enough for this same richness. Not the imagined larger life, this one, lived deliberately, attended to, inhabited. That is all it ever takes, and it is available in any life, including yours, starting with the simple awake rest of tonight. There is a particular ache that the comparing mind brings to the dark, the ache of the life you think you were supposed to have measured against the one you actually got, the bigger achievement, the wider recognition, the road not taken that you imagine led somewhere brighter. And the comparing mind is merciless about this at night, holding up the imagined larger life like a verdict against the real one, so that the actual life, with all its quiet goodness, comes to feel like a disappointment, a settling, a failure to become whatever you were meant to become. Thoreau's quiet, modest, unrecognized later years are a gentle and complete answer to that ache, because they show a man who had every reason, by the comparing mind's logic, to feel he had fallen short, and who instead lived in deep contentment because he had stopped measuring his life against an imagined one and started fully inhabiting the real one. The imagined larger life does not exist. It never did. It is a phantom the mind builds out of fragments, and it can never be lived in, never be inhabited, never give you a single moment of actual peace, because it is not real. Only the actual life is real, the one you are in, the one you will wake to, and it is the only one that can ever hold you. The whole secret of contentment, the thing Thoreau cracked by his pond and kept for the rest of his quiet days, is to stop grieving the phantom and turn fully toward the real, which is always, already, enough. Let the imagined life go tonight, the brighter one that was never yours, and rest instead in the actual one, the real one, this one, which is the only life there is, and which is, exactly as it is, enough. Breathe. The ordinary life, fully inhabited, is enough. It was enough for him. It is enough for you. Rest now. Chapter 42, The Slowing. We are near the end now, in the last and gentlest part of the night, and everything from here grows slower and softer and shorter, the way the pond grows still at dusk. You do not have to follow the thread any more. There is barely a thread now, just the sound, and the dark, and the slow tide of your own breath carrying you down. Thoreau wrote that the morning, which is the most memorable season of the day, is the awakening hour. But he knew the other end of the day too, the slowing, the dusk, when the light goes long and gold and then grey, and the birds quiet one by one, and the pond gives up the last of the wind and goes to glass, and everything that was busy in the daylight folds itself away. That slowing is happening in you now. Your whole system is folding the day away, quieting its functions one by one, the way the woods quiet at dusk, bird by bird, until only the deep stillness is left. Let it slow. Do not hurry even towards sleep. There is no rush now, none at all. We have come a long way down together through this night, all the way from the loud first hour to this deep last one, and there is nothing left ahead but the soft final descent into the dark, and it will happen on its own, the way dusk happens, without any effort from you. Your breath is slower now than when we began. Your body is heavier, warmer, more given over to the bed. The thoughts that were so loud at the start have settled to the bottom like silt in still water, and the surface of you is going smooth and holding the whole dark sky. A few more chapters, very quiet ones, and then I will let you go entirely into sleep. You can stop listening whenever you are ready. You do not have to reach the end. The end is only sleep, and sleep can take you whenever it likes now. There is nothing left for you to do now. That is the whole truth of this hour. All the doing is behind you. The day is closed. The thinking is done. What remains is not a task, but a surrender, the simplest motion there is, the one the body has known since before you were born. You do not fall asleep by trying. You fall asleep by stopping, by letting the last small effort go. So let it go. Let the effort of staying awake go. Let the effort of following these words go. Let even the effort of resting go, because rest is not an effort either. Rest is what is left when all the efforts stop. The pond does not work to be still. The dusk does not work to come. The body does not work to sleep. It only stops, and the stillness comes on its own and carries it down. You are stopping now. Everything in you is slowing, settling, growing heavy and warm and quiet. There is nothing ahead but the soft dark, and it is kind, and it is patient, and it is waiting to receive you whenever you are ready to let go. Breathe, slower, softer. There is nothing ahead but the gentle dark. Let yourself go down into it. Chapter 43, The Last Spring. Thoreau died young at 44 in the spring of 1862. He had been ill a long time with the slow lung disease that took so many in his century, and he met it the way he had met everything, with a clear and steady calm that astonished the people around him. He was not afraid. That is the thing everyone who was there remembered. He spent his last months putting his papers in order, revising his work, receiving visitors, still noticing the world out his window, the changing light, the coming of the spring he would not quite see through. When a worried aunt asked whether he had made his peace with God, he answered gently that he was not aware that they had ever quarrelled. There was no bitterness in him, no terror, no clutching. He had lived deliberately, and now it seemed he was dying the same way, awake to it, unhurried, at peace. I tell you this softly, here in the deep of the night, not to bring sorrow, but because there is something in his calm that can ease you down. A person who has truly inhabited their life, who has been awake inside it, who has not spent it in quiet desperation, but in deliberate presence, comes to the end of it differently, with less to regret, with less left unlived, with less of the panic that comes from a life rushed through and never quite tasted. The peace he had at the end was the same peace he had found at the pond. It was the peace of a life met directly, fully lived, nothing essential skipped. And that peace is the deepest argument for everything we have talked about tonight, for living awake, for simplifying, for hearing yourself under the noise. Not so that you can achieve more, so that when you come, at last, to your own last spring, whenever it is, you find that you were here for your life, that you did not sleep through it, that it was yours and you lived it. But that is far away and not for tonight. Tonight there is only rest, the small nightly rehearsal, gentle and complete. It is a strange comfort on the surface to speak of an ending in a place meant for rest. But there is a gentleness in it that belongs here, because the calm Thoreau carried to the very end was not the calm of a man who had done everything, achieved everything, finished every task. He left work unfinished. He left questions open, and still he was at peace, because the peace had never depended on finishing. It had depended on being awake for the life he was given, present in it, here for it. A person who has truly been present needs less to have completed. There is a permission in that for you tonight, and it is the permission to rest without having finished. You will lie down tonight with things undone, as everyone always has, as Thoreau did at the very end. And you may rest anyway, fully, peacefully, because rest was never something you had to earn by finishing. The unfinished things will keep. They always keep. And the peace that is available to you now does not depend on them any more than Thoreau's peace depended on a completed book. It depends only on letting yourself, just as you are, with all that is undone, lie down in the dark and rest. Breathe. He was not afraid. There is nothing here to fear, only rest. Chapter 44. 2 words. I told you near the beginning that his last words would be only 2 and strange, and not what you would expect from a philosopher. We have come far enough now to hear them. As he lay dying, near the very end, those around him heard him murmur a few last things. One was a small, calm phrase, almost happy. Now comes good sailing, he said, as if he were setting out on water, as if death were only the pond at dawn and he were pushing off from the shore. And then, after that, 2 more words, indistinct, the last he ever spoke, moose and Indian. No one fully knows what he meant. He had been working in his last years on the wild northwoods of Maine, on the moose he had seen there, on the native guides who had led him through country he loved. And so, at the very end, his mind went, it seems, not to grand final pronouncements, not to God or fame or fear, but to the wild living world he had spent his life attending to. The moose in the northern forest, the guide walking ahead through the trees, the actual, particular, beloved earth. There is something almost unbearably tender in it, and something instructive, too, for this quiet hour. That a man who thought as deeply as anyone of his age at the final moment returned not to abstraction, but to the concrete, living world. The moose, the woods, the real. He had spent his life learning to attend to what was actually there, and at the end, what was there, in his mind, was the wild beauty he had loved. He died as he had lived, with his attention on the real and living world, pushing off, calm, for good sailing. Let those 2 words rest in you, not as sadness, as completion. A life that ended with its attention still on the beauty of the world is a life that worked, that did the thing it set out to do, that stayed awake to the end. Think of what it means that at the very end his mind went to a moose in a northern forest and a guide walking ahead through the trees. It means that the practice of a lifetime held. He had spent his years learning to give his attention to the simple, living, actual world, and when everything else fell away, that was what remained, the thing most worth keeping, the beloved real. Not regret, not fear, not the tally of what he had or had not achieved, just the wild beauty he had loved, present with him to the last. It is a quiet lesson in what to fill a life with, and it can be a quiet lesson now in what to fill the last of your waking mind with as you drift. Not the worries, not the unfinished things, but the simple, good, real things, the warmth of the bed, the softness of the dark, the slow, kind rhythm of your own breath. Let your mind, like his, go gently toward what is real and near and good. Let it rest on something simple and beloved. And let that be the last thing in your attention as you push off, calm, into the dark, the way he pushed off, with the simple, beautiful world held softly in mind. Breathe. Now comes good sailing. The water is calm. Push off, gently, into the dark. Chapter 45. What he left open. He left the great question open on purpose, and that is his final gift, and it suits this hour because it asks nothing of you but rest. He never told anyone exactly how to live. That was never his way. He told us how he had lived, his one particular experiment, his cabin and his pond and his beans and his 2 years. And then he said plainly that he did not wish anyone to adopt his mode of living as their own. I would not have anyone adopt my mode of living on any account, he wrote. For, besides that, before he has fairly learned it, I may have found out another for myself. I desire that there may be as many different persons in the world as possible. He wanted each person to find their own way of being awake, not to copy his. So he left the question open. Not, here is the answer, do this, but here is what it looked like for one man to live deliberately, to hear himself under the noise. Now, go and find what it looks like for you. The pond was his. Yours will be something else, something only you can find, in your own life, on your own terms, in your own time. And there is a great kindness in that openness, especially tonight, because it means there is nothing you have to figure out right now. He is not standing over you with a method you have failed to follow. He is only pointing gently at the possibility, at the open question, at the deliberate life that waits in your own days, shaped however it needs to be shaped for the person you actually are. The question is open, and it is yours, and it is not due tonight. It is not due for years. It only has to stay open, alive, unanswered, and unhurried, the way the best questions do. You can let it rest now, the open question, like a window left open a crack to the cool night air. It does not need to be closed. It only needs to be there, breathing while you sleep. Your own quiet experiment, when you are ready for it, will look nothing like his, and that is exactly as it should be. You will not build a cabin by a pond. You may never live alone in the woods for a single day. Your version of living deliberately will be stitched into the ordinary life you already have, into your mornings and your work and your rooms and the people you love, a small daily practice of waking up inside your own days, of hearing yourself under the noise, shaped to fit no life but yours. That is the whole point of what he left open, not a method to copy, a possibility to claim in your own way, on your own ground, and there is no hurry to claim it. It is not a task with a deadline. It is a slow turning that happens over years, one small deliberate choice at a time, and it begins not with grand resolution, but with exactly the kind of quiet attention you have been practicing tonight. You have already begun. Simply by lying here, listening for the deeper sound, letting the noise drop, you have started living a little more deliberately than the day allowed. That is the experiment, already underway, already yours. Let it rest now, like the open question, like a seed in winter ground, and trust that it will grow in its own time, in the deliberate days ahead, without any forcing from you tonight. Breathe. The question is open, and yours, and in no hurry. Let it breathe while you rest. Chapter 46. The Life You Can Still Hear. We began this night with a kind of trouble. The house goes quiet, and you notice that you are not quiet. And somewhere under the noise of the day there is a sound you have not been able to hear, a life, your own, speaking too softly to make out. We have spent these hours learning from a man beside a pond how the noise gets quiet enough that the sound comes back, not by force, by stillness, by simplifying, by attending, by letting the gusts die down until the water goes smooth and holds the sky again. And so here, near the very end, I want to leave you with one sentence, my own, to carry down into sleep, about that quiet life under the noise. The self you cannot hear has not gone anywhere. It is only waiting in a quieter room for you to come in and sit down. It never left. That is the whole comfort. The life that is truly yours, the deeper voice, the one the day drowns out, has not abandoned you, has not been lost, is not gone. It is only standing in a quieter room than the one you have been living in, waiting patiently for the noise to drop, for you to come in and sit and finally hear it. You came partway into that quieter room tonight. You can hear it a little now, can you not? Not loud, not demanding. Just there, underneath, the steady, quiet fact of your own life, still yours, still waiting, still speaking softly under everything. You did not lose it. You only could not hear it. And now, in this stillness, you can. That is enough. That is more than enough. You do not have to do anything with it tonight. You only had to come into the room, and you have, and it is here, and it is yours, and it is quiet, and it is good. Breathe. The self you could not hear is right here in the quiet room, waiting. You found it. Now, rest. Chapter 47. The House. Again. The house is quiet now, the same house we began in hours ago. But something has changed in it. At the start, the house went quiet and you did not, and the silence felt like a problem, like a held breath, like the first kind of quiet we spoke of, the kind you brace against. Now the house is quiet, and so are you. The quiet is no longer something happening to you. It is something you are part of, the deep second kind, the peace that comes from the inside out. You can hear yourself now, faintly, under the settled noise. And what you hear is not desperation. It is just the soft, steady fact of a tired person at the end of a day, safe, warm, allowed at last to rest. That is all the quiet was ever waiting to tell you that you are here, that it is over for today, that you may sleep. The pond is still, the cabin is dark. The man who built it has been gone a long time, but the thing he found beside that water is not gone, because it was never only his. It is here, in this room, in this quiet, in you, the deliberate peace, the life met directly, the noise gone soft enough, at last, to hear the deeper sound. There is nothing left to do now, nothing to carry, nothing to solve. The day is deliberately ended. The question is open and in no hurry. The self you could not hear is here beside you in the quiet room. And the house, the same house, holds you, quiet now as you are quiet, dark and warm and safe. Breathe. The house is quiet. You are quiet. Everything is exactly as it should be. Rest. Chapter 48. Sleep. There is nothing more to say now, and nothing more to do. The water is smooth, the sky is in it, the day is complete and released, and you have several more lives to live, and they are all waiting gently past the dark. You do not have to reach them tonight. You do not have to reach anything. You only have to let go, the last small letting go, the easiest one, the one your body already knows how to do and has been waiting all night to do. Let the breath come slow. Let the dark be soft. Let the quiet room hold you, and the deeper sound go on speaking softly, under everything, the way it always has, the way it always will. You are safe, you are held, you are quiet at last, the deep kind, the kind that lets you sleep. There is nothing ahead but rest. Let go now, sleep now,